from 7 to 3. Overindulged in flesh like it's free. We're on a fast ride where monkeys killing time with machines. Making love that we don't even feel. You don't even notice if it's her or it's me. But somewhere deep in it's cutting like a knife, so you just kill it with the one. All of a sudden you are free. You call your mom and say,
same old place you always used to go when you were younger. Or speeding through a 50 song like your dad before you didn't even notice. The old man with the silver hair sitting in his rocking chair. Soon you'll be there. Although it's easy to remember, it's as easy to forget that it leaves you feeling down and filled with some regrets. All this trick of the memory, we call them good old days. Although sweet in the moment, it's poison for you. Listening to the same old tune as you heard before you even knew the language. With every line it brought you back to where the summer never ended. Although it's easy to remember, it's as easy to forget that it leaves you feeling down and filled with some regrets. All this trick of the memory, we call them good old days. Although sweet in the moment, it's poison for you. It's poison for Sit out on the open road, same old place you always used to go when you were younger. Or speeding through a 50 song like your dad before you didn't even notice.
Everybody knows the dice are loaded. Everybody rolls with their fingers crossed. Everybody knows that the war is over. Everybody knows that the good guys lost. Everybody knows the fight is fixed. The poor stay poor and the rich get rich. That's how it goes. Everybody knows the boat is sinking. Everybody knows that the captain lied. Everybody's got this broken feeling like their mama or the dog just died. Everybody's hands are in their pockets. Everybody wants a box of chocolates and a long stem rose. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. That's how it goes. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that it's me or you. Everybody knows that you're there forever when you had a line or two. Everybody knows the deal is rotten. Old Black Joe's still picking cotton for your ribbons and bows. Everybody knows you love me, baby. Everybody knows that you really do. Everybody knows that you've been faithful. Take a night or two. Everybody knows you've been discreet. So many people you had to meet without your clothes. And everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. That's the way it goes. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. That's how it goes. And everybody knows.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Test. There we go. Sorry, guys.
it just happens when I go to StreamYard. It automatically does this. Sorry, guys. It's as I was saying, it's been a hell of a day. Not a lot of answers. A lot of questions. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where we go from here. It looks like that they've interviewed at least two. It seems like they've interviewed two suspects. They've released at least one of them as having maybe not been involved, or maybe they just are waiting more information, something like that. They let the second person of interest go. Imperious is saying. I think I don't know, guys. I think this is it's a rough day for everybody. It's a rough day at the office. We can talk about Charlie. You know, Charlie was a good guy. I never had the pleasure of meeting him, right? But I followed his career with a kind of a professional interest, to be honest. You know, when you're in the space, when you're talking to people all the time, and when you're you want to look at other people and see what they're doing and see how they're doing it. And obviously, Charlie had come to prominence with Turning Point USA. Then he kind of, he took the Change My Mind thing from Steven Crowder and started going on to campuses. And I really I think he found his stride there, right? He was comfortable there. He did a lot of things, there. He did a lot of great things. I guess the most concerning thing to me is this rhetoric that we're hearing from the left, the distasteful display that people are kind of going after. The thing is that Charlie Kirk was never hateful. He was professional. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. He was a professional person. He took his work seriously. You could see that, everything he did. I was listening to a clip somebody sent me of Dean, whatever the fuck his name is. I think it was Eugene. I think Eugene sent it to me over on Facebook. If you were here from my Facebook, welcome to the show. It's usually a little bit more spicy than this, a little less strained. So I guess if you're a leftist, you pretty much have to say that Charlie was hateful. He spewed things you didn't like, right? He talked about things in a serious manner that you didn't like. I've not seen Wick's show. I don't watch Wick. I consider Wick as probably a pretty good human, but his show's a pile of steaming dog crap. And he wouldn't be where he is without Progressive Victory astroturfing his dumbass. So that's it, Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Especially to say that Charlie Kirk was hateful. When you look at what Charlie Kirk did and what he said and the way he said it, let's take a look at an example, shall we? And look, again, I didn't know Charlie. not like we were friends. It's not like we were buddies. I didn't know this guy. I didn't I didn't I did not um I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I didn't. I knew his work. I knew who he was. About it. Hey, Confluence. How are you, buddy? Good to see you, Confluence. We'll talk a little more, and I'll open up the panel here shortly. We'll have a panel tonight. Normally, I know normally Wednesday nights I like to have a guest or I do a monologue. Tonight, it's really fucking different night. Yeah, I agree with that Roman king. He was a guy who tried his best to bridge the gap, not with anger, not with fear, not with rhetoric, but he just wanted to talk to people and get their side of it and give his side of it and start people thinking. Glenn, I may need some technical assistance playing these through Discord or through YouTube. I can't make them. It doesn't look like I can make them full size, so I'm afraid they're going to be really small. So if you can help me out, man, that'd be great. Glenn Lawrence was nice enough to put together some clips for me. I suck at that. He doesn't. He's much better than me. The only thing I ever had to say about Charlie Kirk that I thought that he was off on was that when he was at a gala, an event of some kind, and they were talking to these women, and he did not really go after the women for the things that they were doing. He let his wife do it, and I thought that was kind of backwards, and I understand his reasoning for it. I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? I don't agree with it. I still don't. I think it was the wrong thing to do. But that's okay. It's his show. It's what he does. He was much more successful for me than me. So obviously he's probably right. Yes. Thank you, ZD Den. That's awesome. We talk about the event itself. Right. Reed, you're correct. One could argue correctly, I think, that without Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA going from college to college and having those tough conversations and canvassing and all of the things that they did, Trump wouldn't have gotten elected. He wouldn't have. Not in 2016 and not in 2024, I guess. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really at a loss. I'm really at a loss. Mullet, just a sidebar on that. That was it was a weird thing that he wanted to confront me about my word usage, but he didn't actually. But he ended up admitting that I was 100% correct. which is generally what happens. You know, people will come at me and say, well, you don't understand, or you don't know this or whatever. But at the same time, and in the end, they admit that I'm right. Just like today, someone was arguing with me about the amount of money people made in the South during Reconstruction, and I was correct. As I usually am. I don't say things, folks, unless I'm really sure that's right. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong if you can show me where I'm wrong, but you're going to have to show me where I'm wrong. You just are. Yes, Mr. I see that. I saw that earlier. There's several people blaming the firearms legislation. And let me be clear, because we more than likely have some of my friends who are professional shooters. They are competitive shooters of various kinds. They work with firearms in their daily work and daily lives. And more than likely, we have some people who listening right now to this program who are very, very unhappy about this, and they are the most dangerous people in the country. And so, if my friends are listening, please, thank you for joining. I really do appreciate it. So all of the firearms nonsense is ridiculous. Charlie himself wouldn't agree with that. I don't think he was an avid supporter of the Second Amendment. He was an avid supporter of individual freedom and individual rights, and that is actually what ended up costing him his life. I mean, we just understand that, folks. What cost Charlie Kirk his life was not the firearms legislation. What cost him his life was that he has a very strong individual freedom, a commitment to individual freedom, a commitment. How do you comment on YouTube? Let me give you let me throw you the link. I will stand by. You can just come right on over. Yes, if you're watching this on Twitch, I apologize. I don't pay a lot of attention to it, so I may or may not see your comments, and I do apologize for that, but I just don't watch. I just don't pay attention to Twitch. I'm sorry. I do need to work at that. I just don't do it. Sorry. But please come on over and make your comments on YouTube. As long as they're within TOS, we're good. Yes, he was a man. Charlie was a man of God and of faith. He was unique in that these days to some degree. It's rare now that a grown man will get up in front of an entire group of college students and say, "Yes, I'm a Christian. You should be too. I wish you would follow. I wish you would learn. I'm here to help you." It's rare. It's a rare thing today, and it shouldn't be, but it is. Angel Berber, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. He indeed was, in fact, turning younger generations of men to the right. We know, folks, that the younger generations, my son, for example, his friends, for example, they're all turning to the right. They're turning to the conservative values. Charlie Kirk was a part of that, and it very likely did cost him his life. Welcome, Angel Berber. I'm glad to see you back in the chat. So Charlie Kirk was a great man. He really was. He leaves behind 2 children, a wife, a family. he was a brave man. He really was. I don't think everyone realizes how brave he really was. To go out on college campuses, all of these people around him, very little security, open air. He wasn't in a classroom. He wasn't in a building. He was out in the open where anyone could come up and ask him a question. It's a man. Other men should take note. Correct. Clover Tack is absolutely right. Absolutely. Clover Tack knows, like, he was as staunch a 2A person as anyone could possibly be. He absolutely was. 100%. They say that God has a plan. We must believe as Christians that God has a plan for us all. We all know that I do not, in general, speak on script. I don't speak on scripture at all. But I rarely speak on religion. But I don't understand this. If this is God's plan, I don't understand it. I have to accept that this is God's plan for Charlie and that he has called him home. Welcome, incoming Raiders. Welcome to the show. Come on in, sit down, pull up a chair. Correct, ZD Den. They're saying the second person was not a suspect. However, they are saying that they may know the person, or there's some connection there. They did I believe they did release them. I'm not 100% sure, but it is what it is. Thank you very much, Mikey Balls, for the raid. Love you, brother. You're a good guy. But I digress. As a Christian, I have to accept that this is part of God's plan. I, for the life of me, can't see it. I cannot. However, I must trust in God, in his vision, his leadership. That I do not understand. I won't even pretend I understand. I won't even pretend that I have the faintest clue. I know a lot of you don't pray. I know that there are people listening to the sound of my voice right now that are agnostic. I know that there are people here who are atheists. But a few words for the people that Charlie left behind, I would consider the very least anyone could do. I am not by nature an emotional man. I'm not. I know that. I'm very aware of that about myself. I don't always feel what other people feel. I don't always understand why people react a certain way. Generically, when you see me like last night, that Mullet was referring to, when that fellow came at me and I might have seen aggravated or antagonistic or whatever that you think I might have been, there was none of that. None of it. Because I don't feel anything about it. But today I feel deeply. Honestly, I feel bad for, I feel bad about the situation. Charlie died. I don't actually feel bad for Charlie. He's gone to heaven to be with our Father. I 100% believe that. But I'm beside myself for his family. I'm beside myself for his 2 young children. I moved almost to tears right now, like right before you, in talking about this. It's the closest I've come to crying in probably a decade. Thank you very much. So I'll stand by.
Lost Avarice donated $10, super chat, trying to spread a little love around for the crew.
I think of that man's wife. Think of her children, his family. Tonight, 2 children are left without a father. A wife will sleep alone. Because someone, probably not even understanding why they did it, chose to end a life. I should be angry. There will be time for anger later. I know that I should be really angry about this. I should be wanting the Democrats and the leftist and all of these pukes boiled in oil. I should, and I know that. I will eventually get there. I promise you. Dean Withers, or whatever the fuck his name is, Dean Phillips, whatever the fuck that asshole's name is, and the other guy with the funky hair that thinks they're cool, going online and giggling like school children. It's detestable. It's beneath contempt. I try and have compassion, but I can find none for them. All of the compassion, all of the everything that could even seem like it, all goes to Charlie's family tonight. All of it. And I will be mad at those pukes later. And we will have discussions about the disgusting behavior that they have shown. I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I wish I had. Great man is dead. His wife will sleep in an empty bed tonight. And I have sympathy for her. I have sympathy for those children. When I come through this feeling of sympathy, then will be the time. For I fear the leftist. The leftist, the communist sympathizers, the alt, whatever the fuck they are. They've burned all the goodwill they ever had. All the goodwill where I have played fair. All the respect that I had for them. That is now gone. Not just because Charlie died. Let's be honest here. This is, again, Charlie's with his heavenly Father. God has a plan. I can't fault God. I can't shake my fist at God and say, why, God, why? I can't do it. Men die. We all die. We're all going to die. I'm going to die. I don't understand it, and I may never understand it, but God saw fit this happened. He called Charlie home. Honestly, Charlie is probably in a better place than we are. My problem is left a family. Even sorry, guys, give me 1 second. Somebody's being me. I'm going to go back to where I opened. The disgusting leftist, talking heads, people who had never heard of Charlie before today. People who never heard his name before, or maybe just understood it in some random way. For them to come out and say that he was hateful, he said hateful things, he had hateful ideas, he had hateful worldviews, is a load of garbage. It's a load of garbage. You could watch 100 hours, hundreds of hours of Charlie's work, and you would never find a hateful statement. Was he glib? Yes. Could he be sarcastic? Yes. Sure, absolutely. Why not? He was never hateful. I'm hateful sometimes. I say mean things. I really do. But not Charlie. Charlie would smile. Can we get to common ground? Did you literally every time he couldn't, every time that whoever he was talking with just wouldn't budge, he'd say, well, can we get to some common ground? And in that way, Charlie Kirk was a much better man than I will ever be, because I cannot do that. I don't know how, I don't care how hard I try, I will never be able to do that. It's disgusting, detestable, malicious to say that Charlie Kirk died because he was hateful. At the very worst, you could say he was sarcastic and glib. He was glib. I will give him that. But this has been a week. You know, honestly, this has been a week of detestable acts. I'm going to move off of Charlie for just 1 minute. I'm going to talk about this poor girl, North Carolina, stabbed on a train. We all know the story now. It happened 2 weeks ago, but just now we get the story. Irina was her name. The man that murdered her, and it was, in fact, murder, was not a victim of the system. He wasn't. It's a lie for people to say that. It's literally a lie. What he was a psychopath, a known psychopath. People knew that he was a psychopath. The judge, the magistrate, the circuit judge, whatever you want to call her, the person who had released him back into society, knew he was deranged, ordered him to her treatment center, the treatment center that she owned. She owned it. He never went there. She got paid. She never went there. Or he never went there. He never got treatment. Why are we not hearing more about this? People want to talk about Charlie Kirk being hateful, but they're not talking about this psychopath that this judge deliberately put back on the streets so that she could make money. I'm not talking about that. And to watch the video of that poor woman on the train. Stabbed. Didn't even understand what was going on. And not one person held her hand as she died. As she bled out on the floor and she died. Not one person. Not one person comforted her in her last few moments of life. We have to do better. We have to do better, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, come on. Are we animals? You not care about your fellow man? You know, sometimes I forget that there's this much evil in the world. I live in a place where people care about each other. Dark Sage, I see that. Sure. Yeah. I get you, man. I understand it. I'm sorry. I mostly, Dark Sage, if you can hear me, you're over on Twitch. I barely pay attention to Twitch. If you want, you can come over to YouTube. I posted the link earlier, and you can chat. You're welcome to chat over here with us. So, you know. So in general, I don't think there's this much evil in the world. I don't. I live in a fairly safe place. My kid goes to a fairly safe school. I grew up here. I know the roads like the back of my hand, all of that stuff. But I'm now reminded how terrible, terrible human beings are. Because this judge wanted to line her pockets, she released this criminal, this psychopath, over and over again. And then you have that woman who was killed. I think she was killed in Virginia. I'm not really sure. Just a week or so ago by the illegal immigrant. That illegal immigrant had been caught on a DUI, but they let him go. They knew he was illegal, but they let him go because he lived in a sanctuary city. Couldn't do anything about it. So then he goes and picks up this 19-year-old girl, probably a hooker. Okay, let's just let's get that out there. It's probably a hooker. Picks up this girl, takes her home, kills her, dumps her body off a bridge. Evil. It's just evil. I'm going to open the panel up. I'm going to get really dark really fast. And I might hit TOS. Let's not do that. Glenn, you did great work on the clips, man. I'm sorry. I don't know how to use them properly. I'm going to have to get some get some lessons from Glenn, I guess. I don't know. But he did great. They're awesome clips. I don't know how to use them. Guys, the link is in the mod chat. If you want to come up, I don't have to do anything, Imperius. Imperius, I really don't have to do anything. Guys, link is in the mod chat. If you want to come up, you'll have to go to my Discord, or if you know me from Facebook, shoot me a message on Facebook, and I'll respond, and I will give you a link to come up, and you can you're welcome to come up and talk with us about it. Yeah, it'd be cool. At any rate, yeah, the link's dropped. The mods have it. Go over to the waiting room. Come on up. Hawaiian CC, I see you. Good to see you in the chat. What a hell of a day, man. What a hell of a day. I understand. Arctic Timberwolf, that's correct. You guys may notice the set tonight is a little different. Yesterday, I decided to change it. And I hope you like it. It's a pretty good, I like the set. I like the new set. So that's awesome. Was it professional? It seems unlikely amateur. And I'm going to give you this opinion right now. A 200-yard shot is not particularly hard. Especially with a scoped rifle that's zeroed even at 100 yards. And so I don't know. I really don't know. Hey, Mikey, you're welcome to come up if you like. The link is in the over in the waiting room. I will try and pay attention to the waiting room as well. The mods sometimes get busy. But nobody's over there, so that's it. You like the new set? Yeah. Welcome, Mrs. D. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Mister has joined, and so I'm going to send Confluence the link right now. He has the link, I think. Yep, he's got it. All right, let me get these guys up here. Sorry, I got like 5 things going on at the same time. There we go. Mr. Mister, what is up, buddy? How are you?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make a quick point. I can't stay long, but
Sure.
This isn't nothing new. I mean,
no.
Do you remember the baseball game in DC? What happened then?
Right. Yeah, same deal. Guy with a rifle shot a senator.
Right. Well, that's the point I was trying to make before with the pew pew thing. Was just, I watched that video of AOC and I was like, wow, she's actually taking the higher road for once, right? Because she was like, this political violence has to stop, and I agree, right? Like, fight fair, put the shit down, put up your fist, and let's go. But like, they don't do that. You have, what's the Maxine Waters saying to people like, "I'll get in their face" and everything like that, and even the modern ones, like the guy from West Virginia, they, because he wasn't full radicalized. He had his own people come to an event, and he ended up getting into a fight with the guy. The guy was like swinging at him and stuff. I'm like, this is wild.
Yeah. It's, I'll sort through, how I feel about the, all of these people like Dean and those guys who are saying, such garbage things today. I'll sort through that later. Right now, I'm really unhappy. Not unhappy. I'm really twisted over Charlie's family. He's, his kids, his wife. He still has other extended family that's living, and it's rough, man. It's rough to think about, right? As a father myself.
Well, I brought this up last night on Glenn's, and I said it for a reason. I remember, and people could go back, and I forget the name exactly, but this this narrative, right, going around. There was a man in New York, and he was holding his daughter's hand, right? Someone just walked up to him and canoed a hole right in the guy's head, right in front of the girl. This beautiful little girl, and they want to make it a racial thing. But at the end of the day, I'm like, what is happening to humanity? You know, like this girl is sitting there 1 minute holding her daddy's hand, and the next thing,
I think I heard about that actually.
and you know, next thing you know, there's a hole blown through the guy's head, and she turns and watches as her father just falls right to the ground. You know, I'm like,
Well, I mean,
oh,
what do you
man.
think about these people in the train, man? Like, you see the one guy, if you watch the video, the one guy kind of gets halfway out of his seat and then sits back down. Like, he wanted to do the right thing, but he fucking didn't. But he didn't.
Well, like I was saying on that other panel too, you know, when people are like, oh, it's a mental health thing. I'm like, I'm from the Northeast, and I see it all the time, right? When you're 12 years old and you get your first like blunt, when you're 14, you pick up your first gat, you know, that has like a scratch serial number on it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah, I got you.
so these are products of environment, not in every case, but it's an environment that we, in some way, are guilty of perpetuating. Really.
Mm. Yeah, no, I get it. Daniel Tobler asks, I'm assuming he means were his kids by his side when this happened in Utah? Very sad. I do believe that he travels with his family. I'm not 100% sure that they do, but I believe that his family travels with him when he's on the road like this because he's hitting city after city after city. So I don't know that. I can't confirm that, but that's my understanding. Somebody else may know better than me.
The news, the news reported that his wife and kids were at the rally. I don't know like how close in proximity, but they were there. Yeah.
Welcome, Confluence, by the way. I apologize.
Thank you
for not recognizing you earlier. How are you tonight?
Well, probably same as you, you know. I feel like we are on a similar trajectory where I was pretty gutted by the North Carolina incident, and then like got home like 4 or 5 hours ago and then saw the Charlie Kirk thing, and it feels surreal. It feels, yeah. I felt like I was already like at the end of things with just seeing the girl, seeing the fear in her eyes, seeing no one help. Like that was already a big enough event, and then to like walk into this is just like, okay, yeah.
Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics donated $20 super chat. One piece of good news: the new home of Space Command will be Redstone Arsenal. The influence of the American military-industrial complex grows. It took a big memo. I'll be back.
Mr. Boulay, thank you very much for that. Mr. Boulay has been working very, very hard lately, and he just has not been around as much as he normally is. We miss you, Mr. Boulay, and we were talking about the Redstone Arsenal move a couple of days ago because of what was it I was talking about? It came up in conversation because of the voting laws, right? Colorado went to all mail-in ballots, and Trump said, well, then we can't spend any money there because you're crooked. like it's a flawed state now. I can't go there. So I guess that's what he meant, and he did it. Yeah. Smoking Spaceman just sent me some pictures that are insane. I don't know if these are real, but absolutely horrible. Welcome back, Mr. Mister. How are you again?
Apologies. I'm rolling.
Yeah, so apparently his kids were in the hotel, thank God, because it would have been absolutely horrible for them to see their dad right in front of them. That would have been
Yeah, there's nothing like there's nothing like going home and you know.
Yeah. So Confluence, where are you at on all this, man? You said you got home, you were kind of numb. You know could hardly believe it. What you know?
Yeah, like I said, I was already gutted from the North Carolina case, and I
Yeah.
was
The more we find out about it, the more insane it is, right?
yeah, and just today I was like sitting on my friend's lawn while she was de-weeding, and we were talking about it, and I was like, I feel like America can't take any more of this. Like this guy's been like, what was it, like charged like 12 times? He's on like a promise to show up, like all that shit. It's just like it's too much.
Right. That's
And then,
actually, so we were just talking about that. The judge that sentenced him, because of this, they've now discovered that the judge that sentenced him actually owns the treatment center she sent him to. So he never actually showed up, but she still gets paid because she made the right, because whether it shows up or not, he's supposed to get treatment there. So,
it's just so corrupt. It's so,
and the other magistrates in the district are sending their people just like him to her clinic, and they do it all. And I'm sure there's some kickback system, but it's so corrupt. So corrupt.
is there
She's had like
this
multiple bankruptcies. She's had, I mean, like the
Is there
more
a way
they
to
dig
fix
into
this
the judge,
grid?
the crazier it gets.
I'm getting like kind of black pilled on this. I'm just thinking like when Trump got elected, I was kind of all like, okay, like, whatever is like supposed to be done correctly. But the more I'm seeing, I'm just like, can Trump just like executive this? I don't know how much like the judicial branch can be affected by Trump. I'm not like that balls deep into like how that works legally.
Mm-hmm.
But is there a way to stop this from the top down? Because obviously the corruption is just like all the way to the
No,
top. Right?
honestly, corruption generally has to be stopped from the bottom up, right? You go after the low guy, next guy, next, because if you try at the top, you can take out the top, but then they just, you're just cutting off one head after another. You got to just bottom up and work your way up and keep putting in people that are not corrupt, but and hoping that by the time you get to the top, the people at the bottom haven't been corrupted while you were trying to get everybody else. So I think it's insane. This is insane. And the more we learn about it, the more insane it gets. It gets crazy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and I've been over this with, in the few debates that I've had, that I realized I wasn't really changing any mind. So that's why I stopped and started working on something else. But burning the system down to the ground does not fix the problem. All it does is create a state of anarchy in which the harm threshold gets elevated, and some people don't even see that. Like, they're like, oh, we could abolish all of this stuff, and I'm like, okay, so let's just say you happen to have a good fortified area, right? Like where you live. What happens? And this is the part they can't answer to me. They're like, well, I could handle it. I'm like, what happens if a larger, more powerful force comes to your like neck of the woods and decides, oh, we're going to take this guy out? What are you going to do? You know?
Yeah, I mean, well, this is I don't know how many people have seen this. This is nuts. This is nuts. Scroll up here and put this. If anybody wants to come up on and be part of the panel, please feel free. Do you see what that says? Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. And then literally a few minutes later, he says, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. Yeah, what? What? No, come on, right?
Great. Do you know, I've been trying to like scour, have they released the name? I know like they have the guy in custody.
No, so they had a guy in custody. I don't know if they just didn't think if it was him or what.
Right,
but
their old guy kneeled down, and I think they said he wasn't related. But then recently, I thought they were like, we do have the guy, but then I can't find a name. I don't know why they take so long to like fucking name these people, but
Well, so I don't think that they've found. I think that they found people that they were curious about, right? Like, you know, maybe it's somebody that had a weapon on them, or maybe it was somebody who was just in the wrong place where they shouldn't have been, or whatever. I don't know. But then once they did that, now what is being said now, the latest I have, and I don't know anybody has anything newer. If you have something newer, let me know. The latest I have is the law enforcement, FBI, police, tribal police, they got everybody, are going room to room over the entire campus, clearing the rooms, kind of searching them. I'm obviously they're not doing a full on sweep, but they're basically sweeping this campus, looking for the shooter or clues to who the shooter is. And so they did have somebody, the police had someone, then the FBI had someone. The FBI turned both of them have been turned loose, although one appears to be still a person of interest. They just, you know, they're not like doing anything with them yet, which, you know, happens with the FBI. So I don't know where they're at. And the problem is that if it's somebody, so if you want to take the conspiracy theory route, and it is like the CIA or, you know, some dark group working that has a little bit of training, they'll never find out who it is. They'll not ever.
look how much we know about Thomas Crooks, right?
Right.
Very little.
Right. And look at this. Look at this immigrant, this illegal immigrant, and I think it's Washington. Maybe Virginia, that was, you know, killed this hooker and threw her body off the bridge.
Yeah.
You know, look at that. I mean, and that person, his mom knew that he was psychotic.
I'm going to drop.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Mister. I didn't mean to keep you. Or do you have?
Yeah, I just got one more thing to say, and I just want to say this because I know this. A lot of people are like doom pilled and everything like that, but there are good things happening. You know, I wouldn't even use the term right and left. Like one or 2/8 of the entire federal workforce was fired. Right, so you know this corruption is getting weeded out, and you know, it is going to be a little painful at first. I think we're going to be bouncing back with the economy and everything like that, and it's going to take a little bit of time. So just be vigilant and protect your families. Okay. So
yeah,
you guys know how I feel about y'all. So
yeah, absolutely. Hey, I appreciate you coming up, man. Really do. Long time participant in the show, Mister. Long time listener. So anyway, yeah. So this, you know, look at how little we know about that guy, right? And the guy's sister said that she knew he was psychotic, and yet he had a job. He was driving around town. You know, he had a driver's license. He was in a sanctuary city, and he kills this 19-year-old girl. Okay, so she was turning tricks. You know, okay, that means she needs to die.
Well, this was something that I know you don't want to go into like the leftist reaction, but this is a pre-Charlie Kirk reaction from Not So Erudite, which really like bugged me yesterday because she's Canadian, so she was comparing the North Carolina stabbing with an incident in Canada happened with Vince Lee. I don't know how familiar. I don't know how much.
No, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Okay, he was a guy who like decapitated someone on a Greyhound bus and like was like eating parts of the person. A really grotesque story. And he's free now. He's free in Canada. He's out because he wasn't taking his meds and stuff. And like someone like that, at least I don't think he should be free. I think he should be like in an
Yeah.
institution
Why would
forever.
why would that guy ever see the light of day again?
Exactly. I feel like that's insane. And he was out, I think, within like 5 years of like horrific stuff that's too TOS to say, so I won't say it. But
Well, you're an educated man. Do you believe that we need a mental institution system in the United States?
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe it's wrong that the leftist, for the most part, and some people on the right believe that it is wrong to put people in insane asylums?
Yeah, I think honestly, but okay, I would say we should probably drop the word asylum because I see that and I think that just triggers people. But I do think that is exactly what we need. But I think people just don't like calling it that.
We just don't call it that, right? We call it a mental hospital or
because it sounds
treatment center,
regressive. Yeah,
whatever.
but yeah, if we just I mean, if you look at like Canada with Vancouver, they're already instituting this now. If you meet two criteria, if you have a prolonged addiction and if you have like prolonged mental health stuff, now they are institutionalizing you. Like, whereas before it was like you could just use on the street and they couldn't touch you and everything. And now they're like, well, that didn't work. Our city's gone to absolute crap. And so now they're going back to the asylum system, but they're not going to call it that because it sounds bad. But it's the same thing. Yeah. Like at a certain point, you have people that are so beyond fixing that are irreparable, truly. And like, I don't even like if you look at someone like Vince Lee, it's not like maybe he was that guy. I mean, if you're like eating parts of people, you're probably like,
that's pretty insane. I got to be honest with you. If you're doing that, if you kill somebody, cut their head off on a bus,
yes,
and are eating them,
right?
To be honest with you, what you really need is you need a 22 to the back of the skull and a shallow grave.
Right. Well, that's the thing. But that's almost what made me mad about Kyla's tweet because she was comparing him to this guy. And I'm like, at least with Vince Lee, again, I don't think Vince Lee should be free. He should be in an institution forever because of what he did. But she's comparing that guy who has like, this guy just walked and stabbed a girl. And then if I recall from the tapes was saying, I got that white girl. Like that guy was, that to me, that's very different than like cutting out someone's
he says that. He says that
doing it.
In,
right?
in the body cam footage, I believe.
Right. So that's not, to me, that's like way less schizophrenic. Like that guy just deserves the death penalty.
Apparently the reason he did it is because she was sitting in his seat. He wanted to sit in that seat. And so he freaked out. And
so,
have you seen the video where he actually stabs her? It's so fast.
It's
fast. Like it's like he's and like she doesn't even realize what's going on as she's dying.
No, she looks scared and confused. And like you said, everybody kind of like, I mean, maybe this is debatable because I got into a big fight with my friend over this because I was saying that like no one helped her. And my friend was like, well, maybe everyone's kind of in shock. They don't get what's going on. And I mean, maybe I've watched the video so many times, maybe because like, I don't know. It's so unclear on the video, like how much blood you can see from her versus like dripping from him later. I would like to think,
if you look in the seat, man, you can see already in like the 30 seconds that she's upright, you can see in the seat a puddle of blood.
Okay, well, that's my intuition is the same as yours. I feel like people kind of they look away. They just don't want to be involved. They don't want to help. And I think that they all just let her die. Like that's my gut reaction.
Look, even if they couldn't have saved her, I don't think she could have been saved without someone like, and not to brag or anything, someone like me or someone that has had training in, emergency trauma, to fix people when they're really broken. Unless somebody like that was literally sitting there, she was going to die.
But at least comfort, right, is what you're saying.
And you see the one guy, what really pisses me off, man, which really drives me nearly insane myself, is the one guy. You see him, he gets halfway out of his chair, and then he sits back down. I'm like, what kind of man are you? What is wrong with you? This is a woman. This is a tiny little woman. She was 100 pounds. It's a tiny little woman. Go put your arm around her and say, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
what is wrong with people today?
It's just no one. I don't know if it's from fear. I don't know if it's apathy. I don't know, or if it's just shock. Either way, it's like,
I mean,
it's
there are
such a
people in my
terrible
audience right now,
reaction.
Mike, and I'm sorry, Mike Balls, I'm gonna do it again. Mikey Balls should have died. He had his leg was severed in a motorcycle accident. And if people hadn't helped him, he would have bled out on the spot. He had to have a tourniquet applied on his leg to keep him from bleeding out. And people helped him. And that's why he's alive today. People should help people. Period. Period. I don't care if I hate you. I don't care if I absolutely loathe you. If you're bleeding out on the floor, I'm going to help you. Apparently, Naomi says he did die a few times. But it didn't take. He came back. And, I mean, this is insane. We are living in an insane... Like, I understand, like, literally... This is crazy, man. It's insane. And to see the guy get half out of his seat and then sit back down, just, I don't know why it irks me so bad.
Right, because in the video, at least to my recollection, the guy who stabbed, I mean, he walks away.
Yeah, he walks
so I
away.
feel like, so it's like at that point you have like, what was it, like 3 or 4 people in this, like in the
Well, the one woman
apartment.
gets up and walks by her, doesn't
Yes.
look down, nothing.
Yeah, it's just like the indifference. It's just, and I hope, like maybe it was shock. Like, I don't know. I haven't been in a situation where someone is like, you know, been stabbed, I guess. So like, I don't know what your body goes through, but to me, it just looked like, and I guess, well, Grit, I guess you probably have been in those situations, but to me, it looked like just indifference and not wanting to get involved. Like the kind of bystander apathy stuff you hear about.
It's what we used to hear about that is supposed to not exist anymore, right? It was like you could shoot somebody in an apartment in New York and nobody would care, right? They wouldn't even call the cops because they didn't want to get involved. And I grew up in a generation that believed that, right? And now what we see is this woman get stabbed on a bus full of people and not one person gets up to help her, to even just comfort her in her last 3 minutes on this planet, minute and a half, really. She lost consciousness probably you saw it in like 30 seconds, right? Man, it's so aggravating. It's so like I know a lot of people would be disheartened by this and be like, oh man, society's a real bummer and just give up. But I'm not. I'm peeved. I'm angry about this. This is wrong. This is fundamentally wrong.
But I guess the sad thing is how many are people like you, and how many are people that would do the same thing and just let her bleed out. That's what makes me sad, to think like if you shuffled the population, because there's good people left, but like what percent? What percent would just do the same fucking thing?
Right. So I mean, and this is something we talked about, last week. There was somebody that had been had been, I think, shot maybe. And we were talking, I think we're talking about, like, I forget what it was, but one of the things that I harp on, I harp on it to this day, is you have to get training. You have to. If you're a human being in this world and you don't have at least basic first aid, you're useless. In most people, it takes so little effort to learn how to use a tourniquet properly, to learn how to, treat a really, really bad wound. And it could save someone's life, right? Like, it literally could save a life. Like, just the way it is.
But you think with this girl, you think it was probably just...
Oh, there was nothing to be. I'm not sure. I won't say nothing, right? Like the way it looked, because obviously I can't see any of the actual wounds because she has her hands up, but where she was stabbed, it looks like it probably punctured into her heart and the way she just went like that. So usually I would associate that with like a neck wound, right? Like in your carotid, but it wasn't, right? It was lower. So I think he got her in the heart and he severed an artery, and it wasn't spurting, so it was either filling her lungs and bleeding out externally too, or what. But whatever it was, she collapses in under 30. It's like 8 seconds, 9 seconds. That she goes from like sitting there to rolling over on the floor, and I'm telling you, that's bad. Like, there's just no way you're gonna fix that.
Well, that's what I was thinking with the Kirk video. It looks like it hits, I guess, the carotid, because he looks like he loses
Oh yeah,
consciousness so quickly.
he gets shot through, and you can see the stream that comes out. I actually, it doesn't look like an artery. I mean, it could have been, because I mean, it's hard to tell because the video is so short, but it doesn't look like an artery because it doesn't spurt. You hit the artery, it's going to be it's a lot of pressure. Still could have been, but it could have just as easily been the larger vein, and it's still the same result, right? You're going to believe and that, unfortunately, a neck wound like that is very, very hard to fix. In that, so you need somebody really, like, I don't know that I could fix that. You need somebody.
I mean, it looked like they rushed to him fast. I mean, I don't know what their training is, but yeah, it seems like they. I mean, at least to contrast that with the stabbing case, at least they got to Charlie fast.
Yeah,
but it didn't seem like it mattered. It was just too.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are wounds that there's just no. I mean, there's honestly, I don't try. There was no way, like no way. Like when this happened, I was so I had driven up to my to one of my houses and dropped off some stuff, and had loaded up and was coming back. So I didn't have internet. I was out in the middle of nowhere, and so I didn't have internet. So as soon as I get on the internet, the first thing I see is this that Charlie Kirk, something's happened with Charlie Kirk, and I'm like, what? And then I see this thing where Trump is saying that Charlie Kirk has been hurt, and I'm like, what? And then I got back into Glenn's live stream, and it was that he was saying, that he had been shot. And then in the time that it took us to talk for a couple of minutes, that's when it came back that he was passed. And once they showed me the video, I was like, yeah, there's no way. Like that's almost impossible to. It's almost impossible. I mean,
now
even if it had been it could have been any. It could have been a knife. It could have been a spike. It could have been anything. It's just one of those things where it's so hard to prevent that, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
Because my worry with this, like I've always been a big fan of Charlie Kirk, even at the times we disagree, so it's a tragedy on that level. It's a tragedy for his family. But then I think do you think we're screwed on a political level now? Because
no, I actually think the opposite. I wasn't going to talk politics tonight, but since you asked,
no, I mean how can you do events like that? Because now the risk kind of is out there. Like, how can you do a turning point?
I wouldn't be surprised I would not be surprised if more people start doing events. They just have more security, and just because if we as human beings allow a simple threat like that to possess us, then we're not human.
That's a lot of bravery. Like, I wonder after this I was thinking like maybe that's why Crowder stopped kind of doing his Change My Mind. And Kirk has talked about that he knows that he could be a target. So I think that, I mean, he knew
Well,
what he
he
could get
said he
into.
knew he is a target. He does the best he can, and he has said one of the reasons why I'm really, it's really Charlie's family that I'm most upset for is Charlie has said, and I believe we could probably find the footage where he said, if somebody gets through, I can't stop them. Right? I believe he has acknowledged the fact. So no, I don't think so. And a matter of fact, I think this was an error. This was an error on their part.
Like from the left?
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is that before this happened, we didn't really have a rallying cry in the right. We've got everything we want. I mean, rhetorically, right? Like obviously not absolutely, but rhetorically, we have pretty much everything that on the right, most people would say we got everything we want. And there was the idea that we were losing momentum. There's this idea of, that things aren't going as well for the right. Well, I think that's changed. I think that this was a mistake. And the reason I say that is because the shooter wasn't dead within an hour. If the shooter had offed himself or some security guy got lucky, that would have been one thing. But shooter didn't get away. The shooter got away. This is a sad thing, but it's going to energize a lot of people. Even people that didn't like Charlie or disagreed with or liked what he stood for, but didn't like the way he said it. It's going to be a rallying cry that just won't go away. It just won't. Because again, the shooter is not the shooter's at large. He hasn't been found. He didn't commit suicide and off himself, 20 minutes after it happened or anything like that. So this is going to be a big deal. I think this was if this was, which I'm sure it wasn't done for political, tactically and politically. It's a huge mistake to have done it, because I think all it does is answer or is energize a group of people who were kind of feeling like not bothering for a while.
I guess, okay, so I agree. I think it's going to galvanize the centrists and obviously everyone on the right. But my worry that this is just going to be fuel for the accelerationists, the people that want to race to the bottom, that they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? The people that just want everything to kind of burn.
You mean like Dean, whatever his name is?
Yeah. Dean Withers, Dean Withers, all the scum that's kind of emerged after this. But it's going to be.
But the thing is all that's going to end up backfiring in their face, because the thing is that you can't use rhetoric like Charlie Kirk was hateful. He said hateful things. He spewed hateful ideologies, because you can watch hundreds of hours of his video, of him talking, of him interacting with people, and you won't find him being hateful at all. You can't find anyone. You literally can't find any video of him being mean to anyone. Think about this. He's been in the public light for 10 years, give or take, maybe 12. I don't know. And there's been zero scandals. Zero. Think about that for a minute. Think about how insanely rare that is. All they can do is spout rhetoric right now, but as soon as they start trying to move forward with the rhetoric, it's going to fall apart. And the more important thing is that to the moderates, to the people who are there, who make up a large portion of the people who watch these shows, who watch my show, who watch their show, who watch everybody's shows, just to kind of get an idea about what everybody's saying. They look like complete idiots.
There's so much footage of him, I guess, to your point, right? Like there's hours and hours and hours. I mean, I think of the debate he did with Gavin Newsom, which I mean, he was so kind and nice. I think of him being on the whatever podcast. He had compassion for those people.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see
he was
it.
a compassionate human. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's such a anyone. Yeah. I briefly stopped into like a Destiny stream in the hopes that maybe, but I knew what I would, and I found exactly what I thought would be like trying to micro cherry pick certain moments from thousands of lectures that sound remotely unkind, but like not even like it's like, bro, if I have 1,000 hours of me talking and that's the worst you can find, then I'm a fucking saint. You know what I mean?
Right. Like this is what I said. Look, I am not near the kind human that Charlie Kirk was. Like you can find hateful things that I've said, 100% guaranteed. All I can do is, accept that I make those statements and I'm a flawed human. You can't find that. Like this is going to galvanize people who really don't care. But when you start saying, well, this guy, he was hateful. He was narcissistic. He was anti-American. Any of those things, when you say that, it literally, you could probably do an hour-long montage of Charlie Kirk saying, I love America. I want everyone to be happy.
Well, Grit, it's more than that. Charlie Kirk was a community organizer for the right. It's very hard to find community organizers for the right at the grassroots level who are effective. It's easier on the left because of the way that they're organized mentally. But he had a lot of people who followed him because he was him. And so there's going to be a lot more people emotionally invested in Charlie Kirk and what has happened to him. And if this turns out to have been an overtly political thing instead of a personal beef, or like there's any kind of proof that this was specifically for political purposes, then there will be a whole lot of people who are very angry and likely to act out on that anger because of their emotional attachment to Charlie in relationship to what he's done politically. I mean, he led this massive grassroots organization and went around the entire country and basically, beat the pavement, like person to person, like using that charm that he has to pull people.
Yeah, very charismatic, very, very charismatic.
And so, and he was a younger guy. He was like 31. He's like more than 10 years younger than me, He had a lot of potential. That all that potential's gone, and there were a lot of people who were looking to him for answers. And the only thing they're seeing now is that the person they find. And in other countries, this is more normal, Grid, right? In the United States, we're used to politics being civil and not involving the point of the barrel of a gun. But in other countries, politics is the adjudication of power at the barrel of a gun. But here it's not that. It's not supposed to be that. And this could very easily spiral into a group of people who feel justified in acting the same way, and in the opposite, in the inverse. And that does not need to happen, right?
Yeah.
I that's what I'm worried about this.
Yeah. Mikey Balls, you have zero Riz. just take my course, $99 a month. First month, we only charge you double for the first month, and there's no guarantee, but you'll do well.
Yeah, first step, Mike, in Grid's plan is buy a racing team.
Yeah, right.
I guess that's why the first month's double, hey?
That's right. First month you have to pay double. So, man, what was your reaction, Anson? Where were you? What were you doing today when?
I was in Glenn's chat watching it live when you saw it around the time you saw it. I saw the first time around when he showed the image of the actual event. I'm a bit of a psychopath, so I didn't feel much of anything in terms of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
But I just started thinking about like systematically, like what is the reaction going to be, and what is that going to look like, and what is the narrative going to be going forward about this? That's what I was concerned about. Like in terms of like like I've met Charlie Kirk before at an event, doing political stuff. It was like 6 years ago. But I mean, he seemed just like any of the other, influence peddlers. So I don't know. I didn't have any feelings one way or another about him. So, but yeah.
I think I share your concerns as well. I guess about like you said, in other countries, they deal with stuff with rifles and stuff. But I feel like we're not like fucking Haiti. So I guess I just worry: are we going to turn?
Well, I mean, in theory, we are, because that's why the Second Amendment exists, right? Like it's.
Well, yeah,
but I don't want to see the political discourse go where, like, if I don't like Dean, well, now I go out and find like, no, we can't live like that in America, right? Like that just can't happen.
So confluence. Maybe I wasn't clear. So it's already like that on the left. What I'm worried about is that it becomes like that on the right, because when the right becomes radicalized, you get actual like
you get like Oklahoma City.
No. Well, yes, but what I'm pointing to is
but those weren't really right wingers. They were weirdo.
When you get the right radicalized to think that the only way that adjudication of power is effective is at the barrel of a gun. What happens is that the right wing is more competent than the left wing, and it's much more gruesome. The left wing, you throw them some drugs and they're happy, right? and they're basically useless. You give them some naked women to look at, they're pretty much pathetic. But if you make a bunch of competent right wing actual men feel like that there's no political future for them except for at the barrel of a gun, because
I'm gonna actually have to side with Anson here. I have a friend of mine, and I played a clip of his the other night, and he literally says that, like, he went through a tough time, and where he was on the edge, and he's a legit mass murderer, like, technically, right? Because he was in the it's what he did. It was his job for the U.S. Army, and he's like, I am a legit mass murderer, and if I go off the rails, or if I decide that this is going to happen, this needs to happen, a lot of people are going to die.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying. He point blank says that, and I 100% believe it.
Yeah,
like he is a force multiplier in and of himself. And think about 3, 4, 5 of those guys just deciding, yeah, fuck this, we've had it.
Yeah, well,
that is the scariest thing that crosses my mind. It not very often, but when it does, I'm like, you really don't want, like it's weird that the left keeps pushing for this kind of thing, because it's so bad when we get there. I mean, he's right. The right is more competent, and moreover, we've got guys that are, I mean, really, really bad people when you push them to the wrong.
Yeah,
limit.
I mean, like Uncle Ted. He was, arguably, a right wing radical.
In what way?
Yeah,
that was exactly what I was going to ask.
In what way was he right wing?
you don't view Uncle. He was adamantly opposed to the materialistic society. And from my perspective, that's a right wing position because materialism is the thing by the left clings to in terms of its entire worldview. And so like a material pleasure, material possession, the low level of
but I really think of Uncle Ted as a left wing nut job, like a far left wing, like even beyond communist, like a hippie. He's a hippie nut job.
Yeah, at least from reading the manifesto, I'd see that's.
His manifesto is off the rails.
Yeah, I read that and read right wing into it. I guess really? That could just be me and my own bias. But
I think you're the first person I've ever and not that I've discussed this a lot, but I did go to college and we did that was part of a course. But you were the first person that I've ever heard say that Uncle Ted Kaczynski was right wing. Like that. You're the first. Anson came up here to cheer me up. That's what Anson came up here to make me fucking laugh. That's what Anson did. Well, Thank you, Anson. I appreciate that.
That's what I'm good at. I'm having serious conversations, Grid. Here you are laughing at me about Uncle Ted. Come on now.
Yeah.
But no, the left promotes the idea of like transhumanism, and that is something that from my reading of him that he's adamantly opposed to.
Yeah. Adamant, that's very true. Again, like I said, you know what's interesting is that you guys probably don't realize this, but in Tennessee and northern Alabama and Georgia, they're a metric assload of tactical training centers. I mean, there's a few sprinkled around Utah, Idaho. There's one or two in Colorado, but for whatever reason, we have an abundance of tactical training centers, people that go out on the weekend practicing literal military techniques. They're not military, but they practice it. And I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get the appeal. I love 3-gun. I like to play, but I don't like, these are my that gun on the bottom is my competition rifle that I'm currently using. And I get all of this. I get it. I love to play with my guns too, but these guys are literally out there running drills. And there's a lot of them. I mean, a lot. And they're no leftist. None. Zero. Do you understand what I mean? Like none. Like it's really, there's like no upside for the leftist if they decide to push this to the ultimate solution.
But this is my worry. This is why I brought up the acceleration list, because like someone like a Luigi who did the United Healthcare thing, I don't think that guy had anything really big planned. He was just, I think, a guy who wanted to cause chaos and he was struggling for power. And so I guess, yes, in a full like right v left civil war, 100% agree. But I think a lot of like lunatics can cause a lot of chaos with very kind of little effort. And I worry that we're just going to see more of that. And how do you stop that?
Well, yeah, the copycat thing. It's kind of like, I don't know if you remember because you may not be old enough, but I remember when mass shootings at schools was not normal.
Yeah.
And then there was one, and that was that Columbine thing. And then there was copycat after copycat after copycat.
But that was the SAFE Act. That was after the SAFE Act.
Yeah. Well, what happened is that there were people who realized that they could get attention by this negative behavior. And what I worry about is someone realizing, hey, wait, these soft targets, these right-wing people, when they're out there and they're doing stuff, maybe we can't get the ones at the top because they have real security, but we can get the mid-level political operatives. And that's what because that's what will create that resentment on the right for them to fight back. Is if they start taking out like the Andrew Wilsons of the world, you know?
Yeah.
It's Gibbs.
Welcome, Admiral Gibbs. How are you? Yeah, you're muted. Your mic's, you got to select the right mic.
You never sounded so good, Gibbs. Jabba the Gib.
Me and Gibbs are on an immigration
No,
panel.
I do agree with you, Anson, that the tactics that they're employing currently, that the left uses, is effective because it's singleton actors, right? It's not a group of people, but when you push it to its ultimate solution, it's all bad.
Yeah. Well, you don't need a whole lot of anarchists to disrupt the system. You just need a few of them that are willing to do stupid stuff, and there could be some real pain if we don't stop this from spiraling into something. I mean, I'm worried about that.
So at my event in Nashville, somebody was asking about this earlier. I apologize, I didn't get to it right away, but somebody was asking earlier about this. There was already going to be armed security. You can't get into the back of the facility. There's a gate there. You can't get in at all without a code or somebody letting you in. And the we're gonna have I'm gonna have 2 armed guards with the potential for 4, but I mean I have 2 and 2 alternates because shit happens. People just get sick and shit. But and plus I will be armed, and it's a carry state. It's a constitutional carry state, so I'm positive that there will be other people armed. So I'm not overly concerned. I don't know what happened to the Crucible channel, Jonathan. I forgot to ask yesterday about it. I apologize. So what's up, Gibbs? How are you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been worse. I've been better. I tell you what, I thanks for the bits, text. I am real frustrated. This morning I called my mom and my dad, right? And I was sitting here, we were talking, and I was talking about how, as big as a tragedy as this Ukrainian girl's murder is, it gives me hope, because it's the perfect gift wrap to the Republicans. Like, literally the only issue it doesn't have involved on there is the Israel-Palestine issue. It's got Ukraine, Russia. So we have the Ukraine refugee, asylum. She's an asylum seeker. This is some person that the left should be behind, loving this person. They can't do with the asylum system. We have the DEI. We have the DEI clerk champion appointing this girl that's not qualified to be her DEI judge, a magistrate judge. In Texas, we have magistrate judges where you can vote them in and not have a degree, but you're voted in by the people. So this is appointing her corruption with her lesbian partner. So we have LGBTQ, we have DEI, we have this person who failed the system, who we've seen them release all these people. We have the race aspect to this. We have the comparison to other immigrants like Kilmar or Regular Garcia, where 300 articles were written in the 2-week time span with that after this. Same with this George Floyd, over 1,000 articles written. Daniel Penny's another one, and the 0 articles until about 48 hours ago. Yeah, and I said my hope.
Cleaner. It's an open panel. Sorry.
My hope is that this is going to bring us be able to go, and we're going to take action with policy, and we're going to go in there and we're going to send people like National Guard in. We're going to have security. Just because this is in Charlotte, North Carolina, they just had the white supremacist people there a few years ago, right? Wasn't that a whole thing? They unite the right and all this bullshit. Like, this is their chance for Trump to send a National Guard, and we're going to have everybody's going to be united. Polling suggests even Democrats are worried about crime, and then we get to today, and we get about an hour after I got off my phone with my mama, and Charlie Kirk, the most milquetoast of all the conservatives. He's like a center righty. He's literally the guy that's the hey, let's talk about it guy. Is shot basically on live stream, and some of these videos his children are going to see in perpetuity. Like, I remember growing up, the Twin Towers being hit, and this is a video I'm never going to forget seeing. The angle where he's just shot and like bleeding out, like, it's horrible, it's horrendous. And I've shot a lot of guns. I've shot a lot of guns in my day, And this person who ever shot him had a modicum of expertise. This was an organized. It was at least, I don't know if they're professional, but it was a planned. And you're not going to convince me when I watched all the reactions on TMZ. They're reacting, celebrating before it happens. From all these other people that are celebrating, sure, there are some left-leaning people that have condemned it. Some prominent ones have. Ethan Klein, for one, he was over here literally crying about it because it's scary. And it is scary. We're literally going to be going on your event here you were just talking about. We're going to like a debate con. Like, what's next? Someone going to mass shoot the place? And we can argue that, oh, it's not right or left. Well, guess what? It is one side. When I exclude mass shootings to be 3 or more, and we include it like we used to include gang violence involved. Guess what? It's Democrat-led individuals are the ones leading the mass shootings every time. Every single time. When we exclude it by their metrics, 11 of the last 200, the highest percentage have been trans individuals. It's clear one side has taken these mentally ill individuals, and we've just screamed, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, at one side for so long that it's stuck. I thought words don't hurt. I thought I was desensitized because I get called Nazi, fascist. I was just telling my stream, I've lost friends recently. They've called me a Nazi, a fascist, because I believe in conservative values, and I'm not even that far extreme. I've lost people for my religious beliefs, even though I'm not that religious. I'm probably the least religious person. I don't know, confluence here, but I'm probably the least religious person on this panel, and I actually have 2 doctors of religion, and I'm a minister. Like I am a Christian, but like I feel galvanized like I've never felt before to go out and talk and speak and let these people. I'm going to start planning IRL events now, because God damn it, I'm not going to let them shut. If they're not going to shut us up by killing Charlie Kirk, I just, it's not going to happen. And I'm hoping that's the approach we take. But I'm asking this question to myself because I'm angry. At what point do we stop talking? Like that's because I think that's a question that needs to be asked now. I think we should tone things down. But like, if there's no talk to be had anymore that's productive, what do we do?
Well, the reason why he was targeted is because he was productive. Right. If he was a nobody who wasn't getting crowds, then he wouldn't have been targeted. So the obvious conclusion there is that you need to be that person who gets targeted.
He also said that, and somebody just actually posted this to my Facebook page, that there was a quote from Charlie Kirk talking about how assassination is becoming a tool of the left. And they were specifically citing Mangione as Anson mentioned earlier, and Kirk was kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Predictive in saying this.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of the talking points around the congressional baseball game too. I guess I'm friendly with one of the congressmen that was targeted at that baseball game, and he came out immediately afterwards and said the same sort of rhetoric for the next several months, which was that the reason why they're being targeted is because it's effective. There are congressmen who are not going to run for office because they were targeted. There are people who are going to say, well, you know what, I'm not even going to try and go down that route. And so what ends up happening is it's a chilling effect. And they want that chilling effect on the speech. It's like what Gibbs is talking about. They want people to shut up, and Gibbs is saying, oh, I'm going to make IRL events and do the opposite of that. And how many people are actually going to do that, though, Gibbs? I mean, there's a vacuum now. Like there's a whole college circuit open for any conservative pundit who wants to go out and grapple with it, because Kirk's not out there doing it anymore.
Well, you say that, but this is the problem. I don't know if there isn't going to be this college circuit anymore, because in previous encounters like this, like let's look at go a little back in history. Like if we go look at the Texas shooter when he shot from the bell tower, they cornered off the bell tower. Now you can't go there, right? And when there was another, I don't remember the other incident, but they shut down public areas. I know A&M shut down public areas for a while due to some incidents on campus. And I'm sitting here and I'm a little concerned because once again I was listening to Tim Pool and I was listening to Jesse Waters, and they both echoed the same thing, which is at some point, you're not just endangering you. You're endangering all these young people when you go and you know you're a target. And it's like, do you stop going to these things? Do you willfully endanger? How much culpability do you have to that? And it's like, at one side, yeah, I think that's true. You do have some culpability. But on the other side, I shouldn't be stopped from going and speaking what I want to say because y'all are fearful. And you mentioned people that are running. I'm a little concerned. I do think it has the chilling effect, but I'm a little concerned it's going to have the opposite effect, because what you're going to do is you're going to get the moderates who are afraid for their lives to step down, and you're going to get the ones willing to risk it. And the problem is, when you get the ones willing to risk it, a lot of those times, those are your ultra radicals. And that's how you get a Hitler, is you get somebody that's willing to go and say some shit, and they're willing to go and make it more radical. And then it's better the devil you know. I'm more willing to get in bed with a Republican that I think is somewhat heinous, because I know that he's not going to go after me. And if there's no other alternative, sure, just like a dim would do the same thing. And it's like, now, if the moderates are stepping down, well, am I going to be getting in bed with the next Nick Fuentes? I sure as fuck hope not. But if that's the only option, what the fuck do you do? Do you this is a real fucking concern that I think not enough people are talking about.
I think that actually was really well said. I think because the milk toast people could be driven out, and then the people who are willing to put everything on the line, then those people are going to be the ones that show up to college campuses because they're like, well,
milk toast people ain't going anywhere. They got their mouths in the trough. Gibbs, come on,
are they
man.
going to be? Are they going to be showing up to college campuses after this?
They'll have the money. They ain't got to show up to the college campuses because they can buy their offices because they got the political connections.
Well, sure. So that's what I mean. Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles, but they'll stay hidden. But Kirk, I mean, I think he said on his interview with Gavin Newsom that he did 200 red-eye flights in a year. That guy was fucking just cooking with productivity. So is there going to be someone else that steps up that has that tenacity and that also, to Gibbs' point, isn't an insane radical, because you want both.
Well, I mean,
Richard, you know who started doing this when I was in college? Who was the first ones I remember? It wasn't Charlie Kirk. The guys that were going to the campuses, they would follow the president. When the president would meet, you know who would go? Obama would go. And the next speaker the next day, every single time that was scheduled, was Richard Spencer. Do you want that's who's out there? You don't want Richard Spencer doing it, right?
No, I don't.
That's what's terrifying. And that these people are waiting for an opportunity. Today I was following a fitness influencer. Gibbs is fat, I know, fitness influencer. And he started posting AI of Trump of Hitler in English, and he goes, "Oh, we fought on the wrong war." And this is a normie. And I'm like, "Oh God, bro,
Well, I mean, to be fair, in his speeches, Hitler was actually very compelling, and he made actual, really good points.
Well, that's why it's scary.
Yeah, and if you compare him to Stalin, you could make an argument that the United States sided with the wrong people based on the total body count of Stalin at the start of the war compared to Hitler.
Sure, yeah, I mean, you could make that argument. I don't know if you're right or wrong. They're both evil fucks. I mean, if we're picking an evil fuck one or evil fuck two, I don't know, but
the point is that we sided with an evil fuck, and we're not innocent, and we're not great people either. Is my point. But that's because you were spending a lot of time demonizing that one guy, and my point is that we have inside of us the same sort of evil that you're saying we don't have, right? So I don't think that.
Oh no, I think we all have that evil. Is the problem?
The milk toast guys are just as culpable and just as susceptible to doing evil things. But the point is though the chilling effect on the speech that you're talking about. That's the most interesting part, right? Is the entire college circuit going to get shut down now? Is it going to be like the effect of TSA on travel, where we had this one event happen and then they clamp down on everything and now you have no rights and you basically get treated like a criminal to fly? Now it's going to be you really have no right of free speech on a campus anymore, because that would be a major shift.
Yeah, that would be. I don't know. I'm real concerned. And there's something to be said for you're not safe at the if someone wants to get you. If they could get that close to killing the fucking president of the United States or a former president, then guess what? I hate to break it to you, unless you're Elon Musk and you're hiring all former SEAL Team 6 to like keep you around, they're gonna get to you, and even then, I think they're probably gonna get. They could probably get to him too. Like this is a like honestly a terrifying time, and like I don't think a lot of people are. I feel like it is gonna tamp things down. Like I just like at least it's gonna chill these speakers. I think it is gonna galvanize Republicans though, and I'm just worried that it's gonna be. Listen, I'm a Texan. I don't trust big government. I don't trust Trump's big government. I don't trust the Democrats' big government. I don't trust big government. And they might even do stuff initially that I would agree with. But like I could easily see a president, and not Trump, or a right-leading guy using something like this, or even using this as an excuse to go authoritarian. And by the time we realize, oh, this is bad, it's too late, and we're going to have another revolution, like, I don't want that either. Like, that's something I am concerned about. Like, I don't want it coming from with my only people, and then, bamboozled, Gibbs, now you're lining up against the wall, because guess what? Your purity is at 100% white. Like, you were a useful idiot. Like just like the liberals in when they argue with the communists. The communists use the liberals to bring down the system, and then as soon as they're done, they go, "You're the most dangerous because you know what we did." And then they line them against the wall and they shoot them. Like that. I don't want to be lined up against the wall.
Kind of vibe, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of just like the slippery slope, and just about anything that we do in the world could be risk averted against because of the slippery slope. So, I mean, we have to at some point believe that we have some people at the top or somewhere in between that will negate the evil and stop evil things from happening.
I mean, yeah, I agree that slippery slope's a thing. I don't know how.
Well, I mean, it looks like Tim Pool and other people have already canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which is interesting.
Wow.
Well, do you think? Let me ask you this: Unfuck America is supposed to have an event next Thursday.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that's happening.
And this is something I mentioned on Wix earlier, right? I know like that Wix a hot topic around some parts, but let me just throw it at you, right? All right, when Kyle Rittenhouse killed those people, right?
Sure.
We were like, okay, one's a pedo, one's a bad guy, but we weren't like, hallelujah, he did the Lord's work in killing these people. He was killing the enemy. That we were like, no, we're glad he stood up for what he did. Right.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, once I found out that was the case, I was like, yeah, now I care even less than I did before.
Right. But we weren't like to the moon for, Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Yeah. However, Luigi Mancioni kills a CEO. Like, there are people lining up outside now. Obviously, women like to fuck serial killers. That's been a thing for eternity. People are out there for the Night Stalker. But when we're talking about like actual people like putting value to that, they like put value. If they find this guy, and I say if they find this guy, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to idolize him. And the difference is Charlie Kirk is milquetoast. This guy's not like, he's a model citizen. As far as I know, he's never beat his wife. He's never committed.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. Like, he's a good human being.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so, like, if they could kill this guy and they can idolize, and people are ready, a large segment, and I'm not saying all of them because I've seen a lot of people like Ethan Klein and others already crying over it because it's terrifying to them. Like, they can do this to him. They can do it to anybody, and it's kind of like you can't tell me that it's the same level of hate because there's no Republicans sitting here going, "Glory, glory to the guy that kills Tim Walton." Nobody's doing that. We'd be like, "Oh my God, that's fucking terrible. Death penalty." Like,
Yeah.
Gibbs, I want to piggyback on that because I think you're so right. Because it bugs me when people like Destiny and Erudite and the people on the left will point to like Nancy Pelosi's husband, that incident with the hammer, and like how Dave Rubin shared like one meme, and they'll act as if that's the same as if like people celebrating when Corey the firefighter was shot at the rally, or they'll act like all of these like these severe things where people are like with Luigi, where people are celebrating and putting up as anti-heroes, and then they'll find like a joke some conservative made and they'll act like there's like an equilibrium, and there's just, in my mind, there's just fucking not between
you brought up Erudite
violence.
Well, you brought up Erudite. It's say like Destiny, for example. All right, people got opinions on Destiny. All right, he's a sex pest, he's whatever. All right, let's just say Destiny's got a way worse rep than Charlie Kirk ever did. Like as far as that, like personal life, right? If Destiny goes to an event right? And I'm using him just because he's been in the news a lot recently. If he goes to an event and something like similar were to happen, like Republicans might be like, yeah, he was a piece of shit, but they're not going to be going, oh yeah, glory, glory. They're going to be like, that guy still gets the death penalty. Like, I think there's a major difference in the mentality.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
Like, I don't know. I'm very concerned.
I think
You don't
there's
think
like,
that-
there's like this bloodlust that I think is on certain parts of the left, not all the left, but there is a certain bloodlust that I don't see on the right, at least not in the spheres of the right I interact with, and
Not
I
yet.
do think it's scary. Yeah, maybe,
I
maybe not
think-
yet.
I think there's actually another effect that we're going to see of this, and we've seen it before happen. So within our structure, there's been hostility on one side, and the other side understands that they actually stand on very weak footing because they're war fighters. Their actual fighting capability is preschool level at best. So the people that are there that actually have like half a brain and understand what's going on and that the end is nigh, so to speak, and that this is a powder keg, and when it erupts, it's not going to be good for them. The bigger fear that we should have is that they're going to try and infiltrate the other side's ranks and try and pretend like they're on the other side and try and make it look like they're not in support of the lefty insanity whenever they actually are. Because that'll actually do more to ruin and demoralize the right side than just an all-out confrontation.
Well, you know, to piggyback off that, I was talking earlier that it's already like the conspiracy theory is already going because one guy went down, they arrested him, and he confessed to it twice, like on camera, right then and there. And you know, and then this guy escapes. Then they catch a different guy, and they release him, and now they're going, we don't know where the guy is at. We're like looking through stuff. We're trying to get him. And after that, it's kind of like, okay, now you're throwing fuel on the conspiracy theory. Like, what's next? Are somebody going to blame the Mossad? Is someone going to blame the, you know, like you can blame, oh, it's an internal actor within your own order. Like, this is the concern I have because, like, anybody could take this and spin it now. Like, and like, you do exactly what you said and go, well, I guess do exactly what you said. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, see, there was actually a Groiper who was disenfranchised with Kirk because he wasn't racist enough. Or like, oh, it was like, that's a thing I'm worried about as well now. Like,
as far as the two people that have been interrogated or whatever, I've only seen one person who was officially caught and interrogated. They released that person because he was just fucking stupid, or maybe they want to follow him and see where he's going, and I don't know. Maybe they think he might have. I have no idea, but they already released that one person that was screaming that he did it. The other guy, they're still asking for information leading to the suspect. So they haven't found him yet. I have no doubt that they will find him because that campus has a ton of security cameras. So I'm sure there'll be some inclination of who the guy might be.
Well, the guy's in a hoodie and a mask, and he shot the guy from 200 yards out. Like,
right.
Grid, you mentioned this going on. Like, that's not that hard of a shot, but it's not the easiest shot either. Like, and then for you to escape, like, and then they haven't released any information on the car. They haven't released any information on what the suspect looks like.
Yeah, they're not going to yet.
When you say that, first. I don't know, man. This is like, if the person actually like planned this out, he probably has two cars. He's got the mask.
The FBI.
Well, I mean, and they also have these lifelike masks now. Like, I can easily see him wearing a mask and then coming on and having like the fucking fake like mask underneath, and then driving off until he's out of town, switching cars, and then being gone forever. Like at what point? How do you catch him?
Yeah. Well, that's actually real easy. You don't actually need that. So within every school, the amount of cameras that they've got, you can narrow down based off of where someone moves, like to a certain number of people who it might be, and then the investigation would be the FBI looking into those people who it might be and trying to determine who was the most likely person. Then they'll follow that person and try and figure out what they're doing, what it looks like in their daily life. They'll do as much behind the scenes work as they can without letting anyone know that they have the suspect or that they, are zeroing in on the suspect. And then once they actually know for sure, like who it is, they're going to go and pick his ass up, take him to fucking interrogation, and they're going to start interrogating him, try to get him to confess. Now, the thing is, like, and this is totally provable. This is what they do whenever they're doing just about any investigation. They narrow it down until they've got a suspect. That's just how normal investigations work. So I don't even think it'll be that hard for them to narrow it down to who it might be. I think the bigger thing is just whether or not they'll be able to physically like grab the guy quick enough. I do think the facial rec that they've got right now will assist them greatly in that, because most of the major cities have a good number of cameras. So if the guy goes to a major city, he's going to get tagged by something. There's enough cameras out in social media that are constantly doing this, and the FBI's AI facial rec bots are always fucking running. So I mean, it's just like I do believe they're actually going to catch this guy fairly quickly. But I don't know if we're ever going to find out or know anything about it. They may keep it quiet that they caught him. They may not. I don't know. There may be way more going on behind the scenes, and we may never hear about him getting caught. But then later on, when they finally get everyone involved, we hear about the whole thing. So it may be a while.
Leader, there's a video of someone jumping across the rooftops right after the shooting.
Right.
Do you have any is that confirmed to be him, or is that just speculative, or
don't know
any information on that?
Don't know. It would have to be
around, and I wasn't sure.
It would have to be speculative right now, because there's no evidence that's been released to the public saying anything otherwise. But I mean, it does look very incriminating. Like as soon as the shot happens, the guy stands up and runs off the other, like the side. I mean, yeah, it looks bad. it does look bad. If it wasn't him, I mean, like they must have missed somebody. Yeah, no shit, bro.
Have you guys seen the video where they're arresting the guy? He's got a rifle, and you seen that one?
You're talking about the old guy, right? That guy was really
today.
It was not an old guy. No,
he was like in his 50s or something.
This was not an old guy.
No, I haven't seen
Patel
that
said they caught. Yeah, you're talking about the one that Patel said they caught, right? Was that Clover? I think that they released that guy.
Yeah, they released him already.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. Government ain't around to protect you. They're around to come back later and try to figure out what happened. You know,
it's just this. It's this 1-2 whammy though with the Ukrainian girl, and it just like clearly like I that one was almost a psyop to me, because it checks so many boxes on the Republican side, and then I was almost like, you know, the other guys changed the story. First he was saying they put something in and then they didn't do it, and then now he said it's because she called him a slur, which we can watch the video, which she obviously didn't do, and it's like. I was almost like, all right, that's a psyop. It's just too much going down. That's like too perfect for Republicans. But then it's followed up by this, and I'm like, bro, the shit is hitting the fan. Like, however you look at it, shit ain't sweet right now. Like,
well, I can guarantee you that guy that they released, they're gonna be surveilling that motherfucker. Like, they're even if he didn't have any, even if they don't believe he had anything to do with it, they're gonna surveil him just because of him having the omission of doing it. They're gonna watch him.
Well, there was also at the same time the Kirk thing was going, there was active shooter at a school in Colorado.
That's right. There's like
howdy, gentlemen.
Kids died or whatever.
Denver, yeah. Yep.
Are y'all keeping calm over there on that side of the lake?
Yeah,
of course.
Calm adjacent.
Yeah, I was actually talking about you earlier, Chris, because I was talking about how politics around the world is generally adjudicated at the barrel of a gun. And I've heard you talk about your country before, which you don't like to talk about because you don't have free speech over there. But I'll talk.
We have a little
you.
bit.
I'll talk for you. If you say things that people don't agree with, you think someone's going to show up with a pew pew and make you regret it?
We had a official, our head of police called out by another a lower military official saying there's allegations of corruption. A comedian made a joke about it on TikTok, and our version of SWAT showed up at his house and confiscated his phones and stuff. Yeah, I know a little bit about how that works.
Are
You're not allowed to make jokes
or,
over here.
Are you
South
German
African.
or which? Oh, South African. Okay, I'm way off with my accent.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I'm not talking about the organized stuff. I'm talking about like the analogous stuff of what happened with Charlie Kirk, right? If you have political opinions, are there going to be non-state actors that come and show up and make you?
My position, as I stated it on my thing, because everybody wanted me to talk about it, is what I said is unfortunately this is going to be a big thing, right? And I get it, and this might be the foreigner perspective, but listen, fella, shit happens all across the world. Time now is to stay calm and keep our pants dry. Is not to freak out over this. It's another day. It's something bad happened, but bad shit happens all the time. It's always happened. It's happened multiple times. You guys have been through stuff that side of the world. America's a strong country. Everything gonna be fine. Nobody needs to panic right now. It's all good. It's just another day. It's just a
really
shitty one.
Panicking. I would say that there's for a lot of people, there's a concerted effort to remain less than dangerous.
For now.
No, caution is important. Caution is very important because I factored in the implications of this for you fellas all going down for DebateCon, because that's probably something pressing on your minds now to everybody going there.
No, not really.
I think caution is
Gred's
fine,
like, I'm fine, I'm chill.
Well, it's risk assessment. It's risk assessment, Chris. I mean, we're like everybody that's here that's having these conversations and going to DebateCon and doing all that kind of stuff. We're all trying to make the world a better place in our own view, right? So, I mean, you know, we all have to do a risk assessment of that, though. Like, what is it that, like, how big are we? Are we big enough to actually warrant somebody showing up to something like DebateCon and trying, you know? Like that, we just have to do that kind of thing. And so, like, most people will weigh that real quick in their heads because they're not like at Charlie Kirk's level or Trump's level, you know. But I mean, if you were up there at that level, you'd be like, okay, like maybe even Andrew Wilson might have a good reason to be like, hold on, man, like I've actually pissed off a lot of people and they're getting a little radical. Maybe I should, you know, get some security or, you know, just be.
This is the other thing I think we got to factor in is like it's also like not just the political normies, like are the political like people, because like right now in my chat, like the normies are sitting here saying it's the Jews. Like I mean, like it's like that's why I was doing the dance. Like, and they're already like Israel did it, and I've gone on Twitter and like I've seen it already, and like bro, and I'm just like already the conspiracy. And I know if this conspiracy started, there's already gonna be 4 or 5. And the thing about conspiracies is people fucking act on conspiracies. Like I was talking to Enemy Charlie the other day, and we were talking about how like they've had this schizophrenic stalker guy, and he thinks that the clothes they wear, the colors they wear, and I know a schizophrenic girl, she says the same thing about like television shows. She'll be watching like The Big Bang Theory, and she'll be like, oh, that guy's telling me to go do this because his shirt is orange, and she'll be telling you about like, oh, these people, this is a real thing, and like this is somebody I know. So when she told me the same story, and I googled it afterwards, I was like, oh, this is the thing schizophrenics really do. Schizophrenics are gonna act on this kind of shit where it's a conspiracy, like, oh, it's the Jews, and then they go shoot, like, I don't know, Rabbi Shmuley or something, and it's just gonna be because Gibbs wore a purple shirt. Like that's what's about to start happening, and I don't think we're talking about that enough, like at all. That this conspiracy brain is gonna like sink in along with all this other shit. Like I don't know.
No, that's a very real possibility. But I mean, I think that would kind of explain why the people who are actually running the entire world want us to be divided against each other and not paying attention to them, so the schizos don't go after them. You know.
Well, that's also why I say, you know, with the whole thing of is everybody staying calm, because the thing is, it's not about not acting, it's about staying calm, right? You guys seem to be running your country good. The president knows what's up. Everything it's gonna be figured out, right? Let's be real. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys will make sure nobody gets away with nonsense. That's what needs to be focused on. It's not more than that, and then basic general caution.
Well, I think that over the next week, you'll see the direction that the higher ups want our country to go in, based off of what type of media is propagated, what type of media is curated for people to see.
Well, that's the thing, right? Unfortunately, because now on the alternate side of this, what this is now going to do is set a bit of a precedent, and again, it's debatable whether it's good or bad, but in a sense, this is going to lead to censorship.
Maybe. Probably not. Probably not realistically. And now, if it had happened to a lefty, I would say, yeah, they would probably, push it toward. But someone on the right side, no, because our people still wouldn't want us to be censored in that way.
Trump is saying he's going to go after leftist orgs. He's already saying that he's going to start prosecuting them because they're paying people to say the outlandish, violent shit that's causing people to act. He literally just said that he's planning to go after
Yeah,
it.
dude, people can't. There's a lot of people on the left that's being allowed to say wild shit lately, and that's gonna have to get tampered down ever so slightly, unfortunately.
I want to play something from my friend. This is a friend of mine, or acquaintance, maybe is better. This guy named Clay Martin. He's an author. Now, what he's actually talking about here is the fear that he loses control. But just imagine this guy decides that the left has gone too far.
Terrified specifically of a hallucinogenic. And this is a fear that a lot of veterans, because I've talked to a lot of them, have expressed to me the same thing. None of us really want to consider that one, because I even point this out in the book. We had this feeling, and it's true, like, I'm technically a mass murderer. I'm extraordinarily good at violence. And I don't really know that pouring a hallucinogenic on that is a good idea. And I've heard some other, because I've talked to quite a few, like guides and stuff in this space.
So,
yeah.
So now, think about that guy. Except he's not worried about hallucinogenic drugs. He's worried about you've got that you pushed him just this much too far.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine 5 of those guys.
It's way more than that, but sure, we'll say just 5.
Right.
The number of vets that extradite themselves from, like, get themselves out of normal society because of the things that they've had to do in war and the damage they know they could do is really high. The combat veterans that see war and come back and they know there's something that's not quite stable in themselves yet. They know they need to heal. They get themselves out of society because they know the damage they can do. People don't understand exactly how many people that really is. And it is a number that if they banded together because of a cause, like, I don't know, the left starting to murk everybody, there would be no left whenever we were done.
Well, I think a lot of people underestimate what a well-trained, well-armed group of 20 to 30 people can do. Mm-hmm. That's going to be a big fucking problem. I think people underestimate how much of a problem that's going to to be on its face.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about. These are military.
No, that's I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I mean it's just I'd never thought of it that way. But,
why not?
But I know people that are actually should be considered mass murderers. Now, they did it in the name of our country. They did it in the service of their country. But they've stacked bodies. They literally.
I told you, everybody over here that's the generation above me. Everybody throughout our whole history was in war. So that's my norm, how I grew up. Everybody around me. I was the first generation that didn't have to deal with that. There's a lot of people out there that done bad things in the name of their countries. Or to protect their countries.
Guys like Clay and there's a bunch of those guys out there, man. There's more than you think. And, they're... The last thing that what's really interesting is, to me, it's like it's the last thing anybody should want is for these guys, or again, I'm telling you, there's like a ton of these tactical training centers.
Did anybody yet?
That's why I am this concerned about this, right? Because I was talking to Fabian Liberty.
It does that sometimes. My bad, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, it happens.
I was talking to Fabian Liberty today, and about this. He goes, he's about the most fundamental libertarian, right? And he goes, I wouldn't blame righties for accepting authoritarian dictatorship, authoritarian fascism of some form because of something like this, because it's such a violent act. And what I think is scary is, let's just take the same guy you just described. Instead of a hallucinogen, you have a persuasive extremist speaker come along and go, they're killing you. There's a war out there and we're not fighting it yet. And they get a few vets together and they go on a spree. And now, like, then you have the rubber band back. Like, and it's a war. Like that. That's what happens. I'm very concerned.
But the thing about the hallucinogenics that he's talking about actually fixes them.
Right. I'm not. I mean,
it actually turns off the suicide switch in their brain.
Yeah, because the thing is, remember, there's very compelling metadata analyses that show that the things, especially with the psilocybin, right? Mushrooms do something where they rewire your neural pathways to reattach broken ones.
Listen, I'm not talking about hallucinations. I think the cinnamon stands. I mean, if we want to, I can reference bath salts. They make people cannibals. So, like, you know, you know what I'm saying? One hallucination, whatever. That's not the point I'm making. The point is, like, you can be influenced, especially if you have PTSD or you have another, like, in like some kind of like whatever we're calling, what all these things are, the mental disorders, or like I said earlier, a schizophrenic, I think is a good example of someone that can be influenced. And you get these people together, and now you said 20, 30 people. That is true. Like 20, 30 people, that's a terror story if they really want to get down to it. Do some wild shit. Like,
yeah,
you know.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to have a mental disorder for you to be able to be brainwashed into believing some shit. I mean, just look at what Google does with our searches when we search stuff. Like, it's literally changing your views on what you buy, who you vote for, all of that.
Or algorithms, whether it's YouTube.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't think it takes a lot to radicalize anymore.
No, it really doesn't. Subconscious reformatting of the brain is actually a really easy thing. It's not as difficult as people think. It may take a little bit of time depending on who you're doing it to, because like in the military structure, it's a little easier. You can overtly rebuild someone. You can break them down and build them back up. However, when you're talking about civilian population, you have to do it subvertively. You have to do it subconsciously, and so you do it with peripherals, not things that people are focusing on specifically, but the peripheral links in searches or the peripheral things they see in ads and shit like that. So you can reformat somebody's brain real easily just by putting forth enough information that achieves your objective. There is data to prove this, by the way.
Top of that, like with the military version, which you described, they at least have like an intended outcome, right?
Right.
And I think and they know what works after years of trying it out on people, whether that's good or bad. But with the peripheral kind, you're kind of just doing this, and you're hoping for a general outcome,
right?
Like, and that's kind of terrible.
No, you're right. You're right. It is, because if you're not in complete control of everything that person is taking in, which you necessarily can't be in complete control of everything, maybe like 90% of the content, but it only takes one thing to divert someone into a different mission plan, like during the final stages of the brainwashing, So you're absolutely right. I mean, that it's a scary thing.
Has anybody here touched on the fact that probably tomorrow there's going to be a bit of issues in your country, and then in 3 days it's England's turn? Speaking about what groups of people can get up to.
Could be.
It is the 13th, right?
What's
the count now? Millions of people going.
I think tomorrow will be a very interesting day.
Tomorrow's September 11th, and I this is y'all. I don't know this. Like I said earlier, this is going to be a scene that sticks with me for a long, long time. And do you remember? Like, I guess I remember people being patriotic and stuff. I guess people are calling it like the Islamophobia coming out. There's definitely going to be some kind of backlash tomorrow, especially in light of other stuff going on. Like Texas, just the big news out of Texas, yesterday, last night was, Greg Abbott signing a law banning Sharia law in Texas and saying there's not going to be any developments. So like this is already in the forefront. Like I feel like there's this. It seems like a line that wasn't supposed to be crossed was crossed. Like even more so than the assassination attempt on Trump. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Well, part of the thing with the Sharia law being banned was because of the amount of hostilities that have been seen because of that and in the name of that, and Texas didn't want to deal with that, and so that's why that happened.
Yeah. It's just, all this timing has been.
Yeah,
it's bad timing.
The past 2
good
weeks,
timing, depending on how you look at it.
The past 2 weeks have been some next level shit that's been happening, for sure.
Yeah, well, maybe this won't be the last shoe that drops. Maybe this will just be like the beginning of a nice long series of really awful things that we can discuss. I'd be happy about that.
I really hope not. I really hope.
Damn it,
things quiet
Anson.
down.
Oh, dude.
I hope things.
I thought he was gonna lay it up with something, of substantive value, and then he just fucking.
Well,
whiffed
no,
it.
imagine if like Charlie Kirk was just like the first in a series of like mid-level, Republican operatives who get taken out. I mean, that would be amazing. Like in terms of like the impact that would have on the political system. I think it would be an overall net good because of the reaction.
Yeah,
is he trying to troll us?
The reciprocal action would necessarily be insanely destructive to the left, like for sure.
Yeah, I think it might wake people up from complacency.
I
don't
hear what you're saying.
I don't really think it will, Anson. It may to this point and this point only, but people will settle back into their complacency when it's done.
Yeah, you're right. People don't care.
It's not a lack of caring. It really isn't. It's brainwashing. If people were able to just learn themselves and look at things and teach themselves over time, or learn from competent teachers who were just teaching facts and things from history that have actually happened, there wouldn't be this issue. But that's not what's going on. All of the information that people are getting nowadays, almost all of it is being curated. So you're getting the narrative that people who are in power want you to be getting. And that's why everyone is remaining more subservient and calm right now. It's part of it. The other part is obviously the metric of us all being in almost a constant state of survival, because we're barely able to live like paycheck to paycheck.
But isn't that kind of how life has always been?
No, it's not. No.
I think majority of the human existence was probably that.
No, it wasn't. It actually wasn't. There have always been a small set of people that couldn't, but there was a large set in the middle that could live perfectly fine without having to worry about the next paycheck. Now, granted, that's without, like crazy world events or whatnot, like the plague or, but no, it's not normality. Normality has been people surviving, people thriving, people living.
Let's aim for that. That sounds like a better aim.
Give us the African perspective, Chris. Do y'all just subsist there in Africa? Is what he's saying true?
I just instead of like punching a boxing bag, I go out and hit a lion because he's he probably pooped on my lawn, so I just go punch a lion in the face. No, well, what I would say is, I think everybody on the right needs to take it easier, and I would say let's figure out what happens and get everything sorted, but to not overreact. I don't think it would be a good idea to overreact at this time or anything, and avoid unnecessary headaches. I would say take the higher route. That's meant to be the way. Forced anger or anything coming out of this is just going to help. If there was some narrative driven behind this to make people angry, if everybody gets angry, it's just going to do that. But it doesn't mean don't do anything. It just means be calculated and be calm with decisions made.
Yeah, I would like to see this thing go through peacefully.
Sorry, I was muted. I was actually having a conversation about this very thing, about how how the anger factor of this. The problem is that, to be honest with you, conservatives don't get angry. We don't do that. We don't. I mean, we'll get angry and we'll talk about it, but we talk and we consider and we figure out the proper way forward, right? But what we don't. But unlike the leftists who are all feelings and emotion, and there's no logic and there's no rhyme and no reason. They just react. They just, we don't. The conservatives don't do that, right? Like, we don't shoot senators at a baseball game like leftists do. We don't shoot up schools like leftists do. We don't do these things that leftists do.
You get angry, but you don't punch the prick in the face.
Well, we do sometimes.
But you're angry.
We always punch the right prick in the face.
Well, you might punch them, but you don't kill them. That's the thing. You know, we're not trying to kill anybody. We're just trying to make sure that we're heard. And sometimes, to be heard, you got to punch someone in the nose.
No, justice needs to be definitely served appropriately, right? But that's for the law and the government to sort out.
Yeah, but Cash Patel's in charge of the FBI. That guy's an idiot.
You know, I think there's another aspect to this that's like I guess I've been pondering kind of what you just said there, Grid, and like I think there's also like this dishonest like hypocrisy that we can't, that the left is doing, that I think is really perfidious, right? And it's the fact that like they'll classify things improperly. Like I brought up earlier the gun violence, like mass shootings, and how they excluded gang violence, but when you include 3 or more, if you do all 3 or more killings, including gang violence, numbers skew a certain way all of a sudden. Right?
Sure.
And then they talk about political violence, and they want to say something like January 6th, oh, it's a coup. It had a bigger implication than the BLM riots. There's $20 billion of damage across multiple cities. We have the Chaz, where they literally had an insurrection. You know, they want to compare it, say it's equal, or they want to say somebody like Matthew Crook, who is suspect as fuck with his Black Rock background and his fucking dim donations, and then he all of a sudden he's a registered Republican. Yeah, bro, that makes a lot of sense. You know, and then like I remember the guy that broke in Pelosi's house. That was one they were saying, and like everybody on the Republican side was, the guy is fucking crazy.
I mean, that ended up being the boyfriend, right?
I don't even know. Yeah, some crazy shit. But regardless, like even then, we were like, "This sounds crazy. Who's gonna break in with a hammer and try to kill you?" Like we got guns
while he's naked. He was naked.
Yeah, a lot of, I don't know about all that, but like I guess I didn't follow as closely as y'all did. I wasn't trying to hear about gay old men.
It was insane, man. It was like the train wreck.
Listen, I'll let you tell me the story about the gay old men later. All right,
literally every day.
We don't want to hear that story.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like there's like a standard, and when like I see these people that get killed, they're like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse left it right-leaning violence, all this other shit, and it's just like yet today, Jasmine Crockett said 80% of violence in the United States, before Charlie Kirk got shot, 80% of violence in the United States can be attributed to white supremacy. How are they framing these numbers? 80% of the violence in the United States is white supremacy? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Like,
that's absolutely false. I mean,
they redefine words that are used in
they'll say
surveys.
ICE is violent.
Yeah, what they do
enforcing laws is violence, political violence.
To make their numbers come out the way they want them to, what they do is they redefine the word in one paper and then use a survey that references that paper but doesn't actually list that the word has been redefined, and then they give their metrics, and then they can say whatever they want because they've written what the word means.
What's the expression?
The survey.
There's good liars, bad liars, and statistics. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like it's this, like, and this is what I'm talking about.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics is the
Yeah, there you go. And I'm sitting here I'm going like, holy shit! Like these guys over here, they're sitting here doing this, and they're redefining words, they're redefining stats, and then they expect us to like they look us dead in the face. They go, your side's just as bad. Trump used mean language and stochastic terrorism to cause this. And oh, look what this guy did. He's a right winger. Like, and they classify Matthew Cook as a right winger, and it's like clearly the guy is. I don't know what the guy is. Right? Nobody does. He's got all these different indicators, and it's just like. They classified one of these trans shooters as a right wing like shooter. I was reading it just today. I'm like, what are y'all like?
Well, that's what I think they're going to do with this one. I think what they're going to do with this guy after they catch him is the lefties are going to try and say and try and prove in every fucking way they can that he's a Republican. He's a right hand side. He's a conservative guy. They tried to do that with what was it? The second guy that tried to assassinate Trump. So I think that's what they're going to do with this guy.
I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me if the guy went and did that, planning that in advance, especially if this guy planned this. What if he went and got all registered? Like, it's taken so long to catch him. If they do catch him, like, everything's suspect again. Like, I don't know.
True.
Well, I mean, I think didn't the second shooter for Trump, weren't they trying to say that it was the Ukrainian guy, but he was but they really think he's there was the rumor was he was a CIA guy, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know about the CIA part.
I thought the first one was supposed to be a CIA guy because there was this narrative that they had spun up that it was some actor.
That one was weird. I mean, it's even too weird for the CIA, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there was a narrative that was ready to go related to that being an attempt on Trump by the Iranians. I remember that. And you know, whenever you have like false flag narratives being spun up, it makes me anxious because the government lies to me so damn much that I don't believe anything that they say anymore, right? And that's the problem, right? If they don't find who this guy is, that's actually like even worse because it's like, you know, incompetence of the government compounded onto the issue of the political violence.
No, I think they'll find whoever did it.
Well, they may not admit to it. I think if they don't find who it is, it's going to galvanize the right to the point where they just will not let it go. They're just not.
Well, that's a good point. What is the like point? Like, okay, I see like what comes next. There's a couple options that can happen, but I guess what I've been asking and grappling with this whole time, like today, especially after I got off Wick's panel earlier, I've been grappling with this. At what point are two cultures incompatible anymore? Like, are we there? Are we like, is this what like two cultures being like so done with each other that one has to fight it out looks like? Like, and if we're not, well, how far are we? Because it feels close. Like what is that point?
Right.
Fighting can be done in different ways. That's I think that would have to be defined. To what level of fighting is necessary? Could make an argument for that it's a fight that could be a fight over mines. Doesn't have to necessitate a fight regarding violence or anything physical. So the determination on what level of fight would be the question.
I don't think this is enough, Gibbs. This doesn't motivate me to become politically active again, and I've been very politically active in the past. Like, it would have to be a series of these types of events for me to care.
But is it not a series of these events?
No, like you know, Kirk and then other people in his level would have to be
like Michael Knowles or something gets shot next, or Shapiro.
Michael, all that level. Like they would have to go after that level, you know, systematically.
Do you think Ben Shapiro will go back on
Sean Hannity?
It would have to be kind of like King and Kennedy, right?
Yeah,
like a
RFK,
you know, like right, just boom, boom, like right within months there.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them are gonna do campuses, Myron or anybody in the future for a bit.
Why not?
I mean, maybe they will. We'll have to wait and see, right?
Well, I mean,
two options: do it or don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Anson's a little jaded here.
I also think Anson's very blackpilled tonight, Gred. What's going on with him?
He's a lot. You have to kind of roll with his like troll.
His dark humor.
I'm not troll. This is all 100% legit tonight, Gred.
Yeah.
Well, I totally believe you.
You said like another person his level. I think you actually might have hit the nail on the head, because I wanted to be like, what about if Sean Hannity got killed? Like, that'd be like someone my parents' age watch, right? And I don't think the impact would be the same, because the younger generations are always the ones more likely to just do something, right? Like, it feels like it, right? And they're more volatile. And if you took out like people that they know,
what about Fuentes?
Did you see
I don't know
that
about
girl?
Fuentes, but like say they took out like I don't know. I mean, Andrew Wilson, that would be a big one. Like, I'm trying to think someone that's like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Like, oh, bro, can you imagine? That would bother me. But he's not even.
Hold on. Did you see that girl freaking out? How dare you? Why? You know, I mean, she was like screaming when they were arresting the guy, and
but they've been let out, right?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to my point. My point is that woman was absolutely unhinged that Charlie was shot, like unhinged.
Yeah.
Like it was like it was actually disturbing a little bit for me to watch it because it was so unhinged. Crowder, if somebody got to Crowder right now, he's on an upswing. It might be this. I don't think the problem is the right isn't the left. We don't need a string of bodies to get galvanized. This one event will do it. I don't see why everybody's saying, well, we got to wait for the next shoe to drop.
That's the thing.
And then we'll get excited about it. I don't believe that at all. I think right now there's a bunch of really
bad
hurt people right now. They're really hurt, and once they get over being hurt, they're gonna be mad.
There's a lot of there's a fuck ton of middle of the road people that that just got off the fence today.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They're off the fucking.
Yeah.
They're not. Don't get me wrong. They're not far right. They're not establishment Republican camp. They're not that far, but they got off the fucking fence on our side.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And
again, if they don't find the guy, or that takes them a while, and there's a trial that drags on for a couple of years, you can kiss the midterms goodbye, and it very well could be that that the left can literally kiss the next two elections for president off, because they're going to run on this. The left is an angry, violent mob that needs control.
Prior to all of prior to this week, it was a month ago or maybe two. I was watching some political channel stuff. I don't even political scientist, I guess you could say, or whatever, and they were making a pretty good case that if the Democrats do not take back the I don't remember if it was the House or the Senate, but one of the two, one of the chambers.
Sure.
If they did not take them back this go around, that it would literally be decades before they had any kind of control again.
Well, the pundits say things like that.
We're talking about political scientists. We're not talking about pundits. They were parsing numbers and.
Yeah, still, and I'm not, Cam, I'm not dismissing the massive number of tards that we have voting with no common sense. I'm not doing it. But the thing is that those tards with no common sense also don't like people getting shot, and they're more likely to fall on the right now than they are the left.
And here's another thing, and this is getting more and more and more prevalent, right? And it's because of technology. It's because of security cameras. Everybody has a cell phone, especially all of these events, whatever, right? You're getting to the point that it was real easy to not care. It was real easy to believe, not believe your lying eyes type thing or whatever, right? And it was real easy to get hoodwinked and have the wool pulled over your eyes by politicians and the media and whatever, because shit just come out in an article in a paper, right? Or it was a news story maybe with a picture. But when you can fucking see the article fucking spray, like that makes an impact, dude. I mean, I'm sorry,
100%.
It's a whole other level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, I agree with Darth Grumpy Dad. He doesn't see the moderate leftists becoming conservative, just voting Republican. I agree with that. Arthur Dias says the reason he went after Kirk is that he was extremely instrumental in getting out we talked about this earlier. No other conservative figure did that. Hannity, Crowder, Andrew Wilson, Myron. Sure. I mean, you can argue that. I think that together it was a group effort amongst all of those creators that did that. Smoking Spaceman, I highlighted this one. He's thinking back to Floyd and how fast and unified the left reacted. Yeah, sure, but it took a year for them to make that whole machine work, and they had to keep it alive the whole time. And they were, and the only reason that happened is because they were making millions of dollars doing it. BLM was a smoke show, completely and utterly devoid of any actual goodness. It was simply to pull money out of people's wallets. And yeah, okay, it seemed like people were galvanized, but did you notice that even with Floyd going on, the left lost. They lost big. So I'm going to reject. I'm not. I understand your point, but I'm going to reject the conclusion just because it never bears out. It just doesn't.
Well, so I mentioned this earlier, Grid, and you kind of hit on it a little bit. But so Turning Point USA had like a 250,000 members.
Yeah.
Right. And these are all people that
It's
are
a lot of people.
They still do.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
I bet tomorrow it's 1 million.
Yeah, high school age, college age, and all these people are look at Charlie Kirk as their focus, the vision of what is right and what you should do, and he was their leader, right? And so they basically just removed their leader, and these people, like you said, they're hurt, but I mean they could very well, become active even more than they have been because they've received training. They're politically active already. They could double down or triple down. And
so I don't see. Yeah. Here's where look. I certainly don't have crystal balls, and I don't know the future. But this is what this is actually this. I mean, just deductive reasoning leads me to the following conclusion or hypothesis. The left is going to suffer on this one hardcore. And especially since so many of them right now are taking the low road and kicking Charlie Kirk and his family in the teeth.
Man, that's just evil. That's
it
just
is.
demonic,
And that's the way most mortals are going to see it, is fucking evil. And that's going to stick with people. That's going to stick in their craw, as we say. Well, hold on. I'm not done. So that right there, that's bad, but it's going to get worse because what will happen is Turning Point USA is not going to go away, and they'll what's that girl's name that Charlie tours with, the blonde that the swimmer.
Riley
Gaines.
Riley Gaines, Officer Tatum. The rest of Turning Point USA speakers are going to start headlining, and they'll have a missing man where they have Charlie's chair there. If they're smart, they're gonna have Charlie's chair there, and they're gonna and a mic there with in commemoration, right? Every single fucking time they show up, and they're never gonna let people forget it. This is and 6 months from now, his widow and those children are gonna take the stage. As the midterms heat up, and they're going to remind people what some sick fuck of a leftist did to poor Charlie. Mm-hmm. There's no way the left comes out of this with even, and I'm just off the cuff here. I'm not even a political strategist. A good political strategist is going to bury the left for the next 2 years.
And that's if it's just on the political front and it doesn't get violent. If it doesn't get violent, then it'll just be political destruction. So no matter what metric there is, what we're looking at right now is the left's destruction. It may be slow. It may be slow and it may be non-hostile, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
The other thing is the imagery. I think the expression is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Yeah. Like as bad as that image is, but the image of like Charlie answering a question and then all of a sudden just the blood like gushing out. It's like you're mid conversation, a conversation you can have in a bar, but we're doing it with town hall, like just something everyday Americans used to be able to do. And it's like not just that Charlie has died, it's that you've taken away the idea that we can talk to each other. That's I think that really the thing. And he's also like the most like I keep coming back. Like Grid, you and I. We're commentators. You and I are both far more like radical than Charlie. Than Kirk was. Right?
I say way meaner things.
Way worse shit, right? And I feel like we're not even that far right compared to a lot of people. And it's like I see this, and I'm like, bro, you're taking out. If you can't be the most tame guy on this side without getting killed, it's like holy shit. Wait till you see some of the people way further down the line.
Admiral Gibbs, it wasn't a thing of with you guys kind of nailed it on the head. With this situation, it wasn't about how far on the spectrum of the right or whatever it was. It was the amount of people. You guys nailed it. It was the people. It was the influence.
Not just people. Y'all are missing this part. All right. This is our youth that is in college. He just got murdered in front of our youth that is in college. 3,000 of them that turned out to see him.
Yeah.
He just, like, they saw his blood live in person. That will galvanize people.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just there's no upside on the left here. The left needs to, if the left were smart, they would literally be condemning it. They would be saying that this is the most heinous thing ever. How could this possibly have happened? It's got to be an insane person that did this. Blah, just down the line,
Grid.
condemning it.
Do you know what's interesting? Even just from an optics point of view, even if it wasn't sincere from their side, how dumb are you just optically to be speaking bad right now?
Right.
Even if it's not sincere, how dumb are you, firstly?
Yeah.
We know you're not sincere, but you're dumb too. All right.
Well, there's a contingent on the left that hates the right and wants to see them destroyed. And so if your target audience is the true believers who actually feel hate, then actually for your brand it might be a good idea. I'm just playing the devil's
I understand
advocate.
for their brand, yes, but that's a small percentage of the voters. I honestly don't care if the left gets more radicalized and gets more hateful and more, tear ass around and burn things down. I don't care. All that does is identify the targets easier. Okay. To me, that's the worst thing you do. While they're hidden, while they're skulking around in shadows, whispering, I can't identify them. But once they go nuclear, once they go kinetic, now I got a target.
Yep.
Okay. But they're not going kinetic. That's the problem. They don't go kinetic. But this is the thing that, we've seen all of these little TikTok commentators just kind of be cutesy, but now today they've come out and they've been horrible people about Charlie Kirk and said really horrible things about a man that did nothing did nothing without a smile on his face. So those people are now literally literally glowing in the dark. They're nuclear, they're radioactive. And while I'm sure that they will gain a few fans over this, but they'll lose some too, and more than likely they're gonna really have some issues down the road. I'm just saying, it's just the way it is.
I've seen a lot of those TikToks.
I have to go, Grid. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Admiral Gibbs.
Everybody, prayers for the family, by the way.
Stay safe, Gibbs.
Y'all be good.
Yeah, stay safe, be cool, do all the things. We're about to shut down, so we'll see how it rolls.
Damn.
So, I shut down at 11 o'clock usually through the week, especially through the week. I got a kid I got to get to school. I'm a father, so. But yeah, I think it's an interesting. Thing that. I think it's unusual. Well, I don't think it's unusual. Let me gather my thoughts a second, because this is. I want to make sure I frame this correctly. But welcome, Def Not. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm alright. It's definitely an interesting night. I did not expect for that to happen today. I was just scrolling through my phone at work, wait, what? Yeah, that was, and then I saw the like you were just mentioning those videos of the TikTokers that were just gleefully oh, it's so great, deranged.
Yeah.
That's so messed up. Obviously, I disagreed with Charlie Kirk on a lot of things, and I even have some videos I think where I was there's a short bit where I criticized something he said too from a month or so ago. But I would never wish harm upon him. That's horrible.
Would you have ever referred to anything that Charlie Kirk has ever said as hateful?
Hateful? No, I haven't used that word. No.
But would you? Is there anything you can think of that he said that you could frame as hateful?
I don't. Not that I have seen personally, but to be fair, I also don't really follow Charlie Kirk.
Sure.
There was a bit that I criticized him on when he was on that Jubilee thing, but I didn't really watch much of him outside of that. But he did seem very smiling all the time, so I don't know if you could really say he was hateful. I think some people might try to label him as hateful, but I don't know if he was coming at these things from a hateful place. it seemed like even the things that he would say that were kind of controversial, it seemed like he really honestly believed that he was trying to do like better, not that he was like doing things out of spite. Even if some of the things were like wrong or misguided, I don't think he was coming from a place of hate. I think he was coming from a place of like, I want to make things better. His idea of better may not be everybody's idea of better. So
Sure,
it's probably the
I think
disconnect there.
that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, that's a fair representation, right? We're not all going to agree on anything all the time, and it's just like I can be exceeding like today. I was exceedingly I was exceedingly heated in 2 different exchanges with people. At the end of it, I said, "Hey, no harm, no foul." You know, when we're debating worldviews, I'm going to attack your worldview. I don't do a good job if I don't. And but there's no like I don't dislike people. I mean, there's a few people I dislike, but other than that, I don't. Everything's fine. And I think Kirk was very much like that. I believe. Midnight Newton, absolutely. You can run a property by me. You can't do it tonight because I'm going to literally shut down here. I'm going to go to bed, and because I got to get up because 5:30 comes early, and it comes at the same time every fucking day. So
Greg got his old man nap.
Yeah, I got to get my old man nap in. Well, actually, I don't get the nap during the day. So, Chris, you haven't been around, man. So I do 2 workouts a day now, and I've dropped right at 25 pounds, and I'm much different.
Shit, Greg, you're beating me. I gained I think 10, 15 pounds. I need to get back into shape.
Well, after I hurt myself a couple of years ago, I put on a bunch of weight because I really couldn't use I tore up my knee and hip, so that limited the amount of exercise I could do. And I kept re-injuring myself because I would get, because I didn't like gaining weight. I didn't like being out of shape. So I would push too hard, too fast, and then I would injure myself. It was hilarious because I'd talk to Glenn about, oh yeah, I'm working out again. And he'd be like, well, don't work out. Don't go too far. That's how you hurt yourself. I'm like, yeah, I got it. And then I'd hurt myself. So,
Greg, I promised my chat skate videos. So I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
I need to get back. Yeah. I need to get back on the board.
It's, I'm back, I'm probably in the spring. I'll start. I may do a full schedule of shooting next year. We'll see. So I am a competitive shooter. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I do. So, but yes, Midnight Newton, I will absolutely look at the deal. You can throw it in my Discord, and I'll take a look at it tomorrow, and I'll let you know what I think. So, I'm looking for a business to buy. Actually, I think we're going to end up passing on this body shop that I was in the middle of doing, but mainly because it's an hour and a half away, and even if I have if I have it stay as it is, I'm still going to have to spend 2 to 3 days a week there, and don't
want to do the drive.
200 miles a day seems rough, and unfortunately, they don't have an airstrip nearby. Or if it had an airstrip nearby, I would just fly.
You want a reason to fly, Greg? I can see.
I am looking for a reason to fly. That's absolutely. But I very rarely need a reason to fly. But in this case, I would if there was somewhere I could land and park my plane, I would.
Yeah.
I would just fly because that's like 100 miles, like 15, 20 minutes, if that. I could be, in less than an hour, I could be at my airport, which is literally right down the street from me. I could be at my local airport. It takes me 10 minutes, 15 minutes to pre-flight, take off. I'm in the air, maybe 25 minutes, and then I'm back on the ground, parked, ready to go for another 30 minutes. So let's call it an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Or maybe not even an hour, maybe an hour of flying, which is way easy. So,
do you have a fabrication shop within your holdings?
I don't. I would like. I understand those, and I would like to have one, but I don't have one currently. I do have an opportunity to buy a fabrication setup that makes airplane parts, and I'm looking for. I'm looking for a business to stick. So I'm looking to like. So I almost bought a machine shop operation in New Jersey. It kind of made sense. It looked like they were making some money. They had welders. They had good machines. I thought they carried a lot of debt on the machines, but that could be solved. And then I was going to stick with it and a couple of airplane parts businesses that I can do. And the deal on that machine shop just wasn't good enough, and we passed on it. And now I'm looking for kind of the same thing. I have
can't go wrong with machines, Grid.
Right? Yeah.
Just
if you can make
anything
stuff,
you want,
if you can make stuff, you can make money. That's how that is, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing I've been seeing that is starting to pop up a little bit right now is the 3D print metal shops.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of metal shops have had like CNCs, lathes, skinners, like choppers, all of that, and some of them are starting to incorporate the 3D printing, the 3D metal printing. And
dude, the 3D metal printing's way too expensive and inefficient. If you want to go the metal route, you just go with a 6-axis CNC, dude. Like
well,
titans of CNC.
It depends on what you're doing. It really does depend on what you're doing.
Those CNCs are better than 3D printers, bro.
If you're trying to do parts that can achieve down to within a 10,000th of the tolerance, then yeah, a 3D metal print would be much better for that, because it's really hard for machines to get that precise. For things like spacefaring and aerospace, planes, stuff like that, that thousandth is an important threshold. The 10,000th is like even more important.
Yeah, CNC machines have some of the highest tolerance in the world, though, bro. They have way higher tolerance than what a 3D printer carries.
No, actually,
yes,
true right now.
Yes, no, 100%, bro. I'll challenge you on that. You want to tell me the CNC machines are less precise than 3D printers? Think about that for a second before you answer, because I know this is my line of work.
Yeah, the majority of them, I would say, yeah.
No, nowhere near. The tolerances that machines can produce is way beyond what 3D printers can produce. There's too much factor for error, things like tooling lines, especially with the printing. Metal's a fuck up. Printing composites is a fuck up. Carbon fiber is not, dude. If you've actually been hands-on with these things, it's a shit show. Doesn't make sense. You would have to have a highly specialized thing to need to produce it with a 3D printer, highly specialized.
Right, you would have to have the same specialization that you'd have to have within the CNC machines.
Yeah, so feasibly as a business for Grid, it wouldn't make sense, right? Because you're limited in scope. You're niching down highly to almost irrelevant parts. So a broader scopes machining shop would be better, because you have a wider subset that you can use it to make things, and it's more cost effective as well.
Well, there are things that can be 3D. Yeah. And actually, I have some expertise in this area. So there are things that can be 3D metal printed that cannot be machined. Period.
Yeah. Some space parts have to be done with 3D printers.
Yeah, and so there's and this is trickling into automotive now, but originally the best use for it was obviously rocket parts. And then the second was the defense industry, because they started printing these suppressors that cannot be machined or welded together in the same way they can be printed.
Yep.
And so it's obviously they were massively overpriced. And 2 years ago, when I was at Oshkosh for the EAA, the big air show there, which they actually had a additive manufacturing / all of this other stuff kind of company there, and they were they made parts that no longer exist for helicopters, airplanes, all kinds of things. And a lot of what they were doing was 3D metal printing. I don't know if it's more accurate than CNC, but it can do things. But this is a toolbox, right? So it's like it's a 19 millimeter wrench. So you use it for 19 millimeter bolts. It's not a 17 millimeter wrench. That's your CNC mill. Your CNC mill is a 17 millimeter wrench. Now you could, in theory, use your 17 millimeter wrench the same way that you do, say, a 11/16 wrench, but it's not quite the same. And but in the so in your 11/16 or your 11/16 wrench is actually more comparable to your CNC lathe. So unless you get into 5-axis and 6-axis machines, the
6-axis are insane
now. 5-axis is cheap. I could set up a machine shop using 2 or 3 5-axis machines and a couple of just and a CNC mill and lathe. If I did the CNC mill and lathe as like just regular old Haas units, just because they break all the time.
Haas are good machines though.
Yeah, they're like the bottom of the barrel.
Lodge and Chipley, man. Lodge and Chipley were some of the best. If you can find an old Lodge and Chipley, that would be the way to fucking go.
Yeah.
They are hardcore, real hard to break.
Yeah, so but I could, I could set up a decent machine shop for $500,000, no problem.
Yeah, the point I was getting at with that was just within, and I work a lot more within the parts, the components side of things. And the parts and components have been steering towards more intricate designs, and a lot of them are now leaning into where we're going to have to start 3D printing them. So
because I do agree with you, dude. If you do so for, let's say, for aeronautics, for astrophysics, that kind of stuff, or anything that's got to fly, and you want to reduce weight. Yes, I understand. So you would print the metal with a honeycomb inner to reduce weight and things like that. I get why you would.
Yeah. But the other thing is there's 3 companies right now that are they have production, not just theoretical. They are in production of hydrogen powered construction equipment and vehicles. They're using them on job sites.
Volkswagen is using that.
Right. Yeah. JLG did some. There's been a number of them, but these actually do have some parts that are so intricate they had to 3D print them. And so I'm seeing this as something that if you get on it now before it gets super expensive and get your setup going and all that, it'll probably be a little easier to break into that industry.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking for right now, the perfect thing for me to buy would be something that I really understand, like, for example, an auto body shop, a machine shop, an airplane shop of manufacturing of airplane parts or something like that. Any of those things I feel like I could do really, I could understand it enough that I could just walk in, take over, and make money doing it. I'm looking at other things too, but right now, honestly, to be honest, I'm actually glad that I didn't buy the glass company for $3 million, because if I had, it wouldn't be worth that right now. And I think that going into the next 8 to 10 months, maybe year, I think a lot of the businesses that are currently what I would consider overvalued are going to be valued even less, which is good for me, bad for them, but fuck them. I'm the one with the money, so that's how that works. I've looked at a lot of different businesses. I look every day. That's what I do.
I got a question. Who is Owen Benjamin? I've heard that name and I don't know what that is.
Oh my God.
He's comedian, actor, went a little bit kooky, lost the plot. Go check it out, Anson. You'll have fun.
Yeah. I dimly recall the name. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Him and Jim Bob also have some history.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. Why do you ask? Do I know?
Well, I don't know. I just heard the name
Andrew.
and it sounded familiar.
Well, Andrew's debating him, Grid. Coming up soon.
Okay. Yeah.
I apparently it's why the videos are off Andrew's YouTube.
Ah.
Somebody mentioned that. I think the Owens community likes reporting things. So that's what I heard. So I don't know. These are just allegations, you know. But yeah, that's what I heard.
That's stupid. Look, we've kind of come off the main topic, which is good. I appreciate it. At the end of the day, right now, I think the economy for people like me, it's going to be good, because I can buy more houses, I can buy more property, I can buy more businesses, I can buy more stuff, I can employ more people will have jobs, more people will make money, then they can buy shit. But like I'm actively stalking this HVAC company that was just bought like a year and a half ago, and the new owners suck. Like they're terrible at it. They're terrible. They don't know how to run it, and all of the employees are pissed. Most of the customers are pissed. I'm literally waiting for them to call me up and say, "Please buy this." So, because that's what's going to happen. I mean, I think it'll happen. I think they'll call me first. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's just the economy is going to be interesting. I think if you're poised to take advantage of it, you're going to make some money.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're only we're not even a year in yet, and it's already done its recovery and started increasing. So yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is that real estate's going to have to really fall first, and that's going to hurt some people, because there were people who bought back, when the houses were going for almost double actual value, and those people are underwater right now, and I don't know how they're going to get out. I've actually gamed this out a bunch of different ways, and I don't understand a clean way. So the only thing I can come up with is they have to keep the house 10 years. 10 to 15 years, get it paid down, and then sell. But the situation that most people who bought at that time are in currently, right now today, is they bought a house and they overpaid by almost double.
Yeah, during the inflation crap that was going on with real estate. Yeah. And I mean, it's going to have to lose at least 20% of the inflation in order for things to come back to reality.
At least that.
Real estate market.
At least that. And so we were already at 30% of home mortgages were in negative equity. So
like as soon as you buy the house, yeah.
Right. And so it's going to get way worse. And what that really means is people, let's just say Def Lev, because not Def Lev, Def Not. Def Lev is an artist from like Scandinavia or somewhere like that. So I keep confusing the Def Lev and Def.
The drummer from Def Leppard only has one arm, Gred.
Yeah. So anyway, so Def Not over there wants to buy a house. Well, she's going to be able to pretty soon, because the market's going to come down, and the money that she has is good to buy it, and she's going to get it at probably a decent rate. I think we'll probably see interest rates in the 4s or 5s, and I think that'll be a good thing. The problem is that she may not be able to find a house that she wants to buy, because you say that Chris Strange bought a house when it that $400,000.
Oh, I'm not. Gred, I'm a dirty foreigner.
Yeah,
I'm a dirty foreigner.
I know. But the dirty foreigner came in and he bought a house that should have been $400,000, but he actually paid $600,000 for it, because he's a dirty foreigner and he had money to spend. And so the problem is that house is only worth $400,000 today.
But he's still going to want to get his same amount back.
He wants to get his 600 out, or
the dirty foreigners are brokey.
He doesn't want to lose money, right?
Grid, I actually view the housing market as different than that, right? So the interest rates went up, and it suppressed an overly hyped up market because of all of the money printing that had happened. People started putting their money into the asset of housing. And when the interest rates go back down, I think that the inflation will just ramp right back up and the housing prices will go up again.
I think that's backwards. I don't think that's the way it's going to work. I think it's going to, well, I mean, what I'm seeing right now today is I'm seeing that people that bought houses can't sell their house and buy another house without downsizing a lot. So
they're going to lose some equity. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
just
people,
they're gonna lose
yeah,
money.
people that bought during the inflated portions. I mean, it is necessarily the truth that they're gonna end up losing a little bit of money. There's just no way around it. Not unless they hang on to it for 50 years and wait until money is
Well,
worth
and
more.
my wife and I were talking about the other day, and I'm like, I don't understand how these people are going to get out of this, because it just, there's no clean way out except to pay on the house, to pay on a 30-year mortgage 10 more years and refi it every chance you get, to get the better interest rate every single chance you can get, and hope and pray that in 10, maybe 12 years, you're even and you can get out of it clean. You're going to lose some money, maybe. I mean, in 10 years, it could, the economy could change again, but that doesn't do anything for Def down there that wants to buy a house today.
Right.
And that's why the number of houses on the market right now are they're just not there. They're just not, the inventory doesn't, it's not because people don't want to sell. It's because if people sell, they have to either be willing to break even or take a loss, and nobody wants to do that.
Grid, before you tell people to get off your lawn, I just wanted to plug. I've got a debate tomorrow night on Glenn Lawrence's channel at
really
at 8 p.m. against Maryland. We're going to be debating.
Oh, dude,
we're going to be debating. We are all God, and because we are all God,
of course you are, because it's the only thing she debates.
Because we are God, we should all have a sense of charity amongst us, and value charity above scarcity.
Anson, that lady's on a different level, bro. She's gonna crack you. She's gonna crack that egg-shaped head of yours. She's gonna crack an egg of knowledge on your ass, Anson.
I don't know about that, but
you understand, Anson. You understand
insane.
you can't defeat her, right?
Yeah, well, you can't.
You cannot defeat her, bro. She's
you cannot.
the boss.
You cannot defeat her in her mind.
Yeah, I know, but you'll see. I'll fix her.
So let me rephrase, Anson. Do you not understand that she is insane?
Oh no, I do. That's
right.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. Thank you, Grid.
Grid, thank you for having me. I'm sorry I haven't been around.
We're about to get out of here. Thanks for coming, Chris. I appreciate it. I'm glad you finally made it by.
Dude, I'm gonna try sharp. I'm sorry. Real life and the channel and just bullshit. A lot of bullshit, Grid. I just keep it to myself.
Keep a minimal of bullshit on stock myself. I would not have it if I could.
You know me. I go hermit if there's too much nonsense going on. But it's 6 a.m. Africa time. I gotta leave, y'all. Thank you for having me.
Go do some work, make some money.
Yeah, we'll do.
I gotta drop down myself as well. I got some things I have to take care of. Thanks for having me though, and hey, everybody, stay safe. All right.
Yep. Thanks for coming by, everybody. I'm going to get out of here. It is time to leave, right?
Yeah.
Oh! I went too long. Let's see. Who do I've got? I don't know. Who is the?
I'm gonna drop as well.
You're going to drop as well. You didn't even say anything. Hi, Def.
I know. I came too late. I'm sorry.
How are you? How are you tonight?
Yeah, I was good. I mean, the thing earlier was shocking, but other than that, personally, everything's fine.
Well, yeah, definitely. Watching a guy get murked is, if you're not used to it, that's
yeah,
that's a rough one. That's what we call it. Yeah.
And the videos online are pretty graphic too.
A lot of those are getting scrubbed, so that's the way it is.
Yeah, I can't imagine being like the family and just scrolling constantly.
So you actually watched some of those TikTok idiot videos. What was your gut reaction?
It was just gross. Like, and some of them were just so like excited about it. It seemed like they were going like mental. I don't know how you could, even if you don't like the person. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan to go like that, to be like that happy that somebody got killed. That's so messed up. They were sitting like, they got the crazy eyes too. Like,
yeah, Yeah, those clips are, they bet they should delete them now because I promise you they're going to be played over and over and over again and been like, look at how
Like to delete
insane.
them. They've been clipped. I mean, it's out
Yeah.
there now. So
Yeah. Somebody's clipped those and they're going to be pointing out how deranged those people are.
but I don't know if they care. I mean, their whole if enough of them do it, they have a whole circle jerk of them doing the same thing. So I don't know how much they really care that other people, the fascists that they or whoever they call, like everybody else is a fascist to them. So, who cares what fascists think, right? I'm sure they'll figure out some way to like weasel out of responsibility.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have anything else, guys. Unless I mean, as far as I know, DebateCon hasn't changed. Everything's going to be the same. I'm still going to have security at my event. If you're coming to my event, which would be rad, you should all come to my event if you're coming to, and obviously go to DebateCon as well. And it's going to be cool.
It's Tennessee, right?
It is in Tennessee.
Everybody needs to be their own fucking security. What are you talking about?
Well, so I'm gonna have what I've got right now is I've got 2 armed guards that are that do this work. I mean, they're actual like armed guard guys, licensed and everything. And then I have 2 alternates because things happen. And then of course I will be armed, because I always am. And then I'm certain other people will be armed as well because that's who they are, and I have no problem with them being armed. And so, it's going to be one of those like if I don't know you, then you can't have guns around me, right? But if you're known to me,
well, if it's concealed, you ain't gonna know the difference,
right? And that's the other thing. Well, I mean, we're not wanding people, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. But at any rate, it's going to be. Well, I don't know that we're not wanding people. I know Sarah suggested that we maybe consider wanding people.
Isn't this event indoors though? So I don't know how. I mean, the Charlie Kirk thing was outdoors, and there were like roofs all around. It was
we have an outdoor portion of it. We have an outdoor portion, but you can't get into the. I mean, it's the wrong. I mean, it's literally like there should be. It would be shocking to have any kind of issue.
But that's not a gun. None of that's a gun-free zone, though, right?
Yeah, there's no gun-free zones.
Yeah,
we don't have any. We don't have those.
Gun-free zone is mass murderers. Come please. It's like.
Didn't the previous one have a bunch of like threats against it from Muslims because I remember Alex.
Yeah, the New Jersey one because they were going to have a debate with somebody was debating, and this always happens, by the way. It's literally every one of, I think all of them so far have had this pretty much the same thing happen, is that they have a Muslim debater that's going to come in, and then that they are debating somebody that they don't like. And so the community says, well, we're going to come down and cause problems or whatever. And then, the first day of DebateCon in New Jersey, they had armed security. And they were obviously they're checking badges, or checking IDs, or make sure that you're where that you are who you're supposed to be, right? And so they did that, and they did a good job of it, in my opinion. And at the end of the day, the Muslim guys didn't even show up to debate. Like they just didn't. I mean, it was absolutely a waste of time and money, honestly.
Maybe that was the goal.
Sorry?
Maybe that was the goal, to waste time and money.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure, and I think a lot of the stuff that's publicized like that is kind of weird. But
then there's that one time where something actually happens, like today. So you never know. I mean, it's better safe than sorry, especially if you're speaking publicly in any kind of way that's about something controversial. You never know. Somebody out there could just be deranged enough to go and do something crazy.
Right. It's I mean, I don't know. I think it's an interesting thing in places where guns are heavily controlled, that they're very weird about it. Yeah, I'm so I don't I mean, I will be armed. I mean, I'll just be blunt. I no kidding, like just pure candor. You know, I do have multiple firearms in my vehicle. I normally carry at least one, sometimes two firearms on my person, along with knives, various other things that are useful. And I have body armor. I have body armor that right there, right there, with body armor right there.
Oh,
Med
okay.
kit,
Oh,
med
going
kit.
all out.
Hopefully,
Huh?
med kit, trauma kit. Hopefully,
Trauma kits. I have multiple do not die kits.
Everybody should. Everybody, man, the ankle kits are cheap, and like literally everybody should have one of those. Even if you
everybody
don't own
everybody
guns.
should have training.
You never know.
And plus, Grid, I'll be there, so you don't have to worry about any females causing problems because I make them all run away. So.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say you would be the human shield. That's what I thought you were.
No, I'm the female repellent, so there will be no female aggressors at your event.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and that's my date. That's just Tuesday, right? Like that's just like I actually don't understand how people walk out of their house and interact with a bunch of people they don't know and somehow expect every single person you meet to not be a threat.
You know, Grid, I've never carried a firearm on my person that
Really?
wasn't like just going to the range or going hunting. Like I don't live like that. So what you're talking about is foreign. My brother does what you talk about. He's always got a piece on him. But to me, it's like a level of paranoia that I don't want to live with.
Not paranoia.
Well, it's not the people you can see that you really have to worry about. And case in point is the stabbing thingy, stabby with the Ukrainian chick. Like that was out of the blue, completely random, seemingly, allegedly.
Right? Have I ever had death threats due to my channel? No. I have had death threats, but not because of anything I say politically or whatever. And those threats were dealt with fairly easily.
I'll send you one after the stream so you can see you've gotten one.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I'll be real creative with it.
Be really creative. All right. Yeah. So I don't have that, but, you know, I mean, not that I'm, you know, obviously I don't think that everybody should have body armor in their pickup truck, right? Like that's just, I have that in there because I go to the range a lot and there's a bunch of idiots and I
cheap enough. Why not?
Yeah. It is cheap enough, right? Yeah, right now it is for sure.
Like
and
you can get a kit. You can get a kit for like $100 nowadays, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can get the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene plates, which are they're thick. That's the only downside, but they're light. They're like 5 pounds, 6 pounds each, and a decent quality slick carrier. You could get the whole thing for $200, maybe 3, and you will be, and like that's rifle rated, baby. I mean,
yeah, multi-round.
Yeah. So, you know, that's legit. And then it is cheap enough now. You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I carry a lot of stuff.
Any chance Brian will do a cameo at your event? It'd be cool to see him there.
You know, I don't know that we can get him out of California. I am going to suggest that. I've talked to him. I kind of dropped the hint, but I don't know. He's who he is, right?
Yep.
So, what it is.
You know, Charlie Kirk was on his show. That was one of my favorite episodes of whatever was when Kirk was on there. And that was because he was such a polite guy. You know, Andrew's on there and he's a real dick, right? Yeah. But Charlie's like he's just trying to be a nice guy.
Uncle Guns cracks me up, man. This is for real shit. I don't carry equals when the power goes out. Me and everyone I know are doomed. You're not fucking wrong.
I didn't say I didn't own firearms. I said that I don't carry them.
Yeah, you don't carry them. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people. So this is what happens with a lot of people, right? They get into carrying it for like 2 weeks. And then they start leaving it in the glove compartment or the console, and then they leave it in their dresser, and then they leave it in their nightstand, and it doesn't move from the nightstand for 20 years.
Yeah.
So I just make it a point that if I'm going to leave the house, I'm going to be armed because I own them. They do me no good sitting in my dresser drawer.
Well, if somebody breaks into your house at night,
they're going to get a 12 gauge.
That's a bad day.
That's what they're going to get in my house.
If
Mossberg 598 rounds, baby. Click, click.
I have my son shoots literally like sporting clays. He has a shotgun underneath his bed. He is, just I wouldn't have the opportunity. Like that 15-year-old will light you up, baby. I'm just telling you right now. He is just waiting. Like he's got a lot of testosterone. I mean, that would be a bad day for somebody.
How many times have you caught him LARPing around now?
A lot, dude. He literally he LARPs all the time. And it's really funny because he's not LARPing with like toys, right? Like goes out, he'll go out to my gun, to one of the gun cabinets and get the AK pistol out and put a plate carrier on and a helmet, and he will LARP around the garage with the AK pistol. Like that's what he's doing. I mean, obviously he clears it. He's safe. He knows what he's doing. But I catch him like all the time doing that. Like that's what he does. And I'm telling you that if you're lucky, I get you. If you're unlucky, it's just bad because the only thing that he has is a 12 gauge. And
get it done.
That it's gonna get it done. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna get
even his sporting clay shotgun. That's Joe Biden said that's all you need is 2 rounds.
That's what he's got. He has his backup 12 gauge underneath the. I mean, it's underneath his bed. It's right. I mean, it's not loaded. Obviously.
The thing that I think gets missed on a lot of people. So home defense is pretty easy. I mean, there's a litany of things you can use, and it's usually going to be, you're going to stage it, wherever that might be, one place. Carrying is a lot different. Carrying requires a lot of training. Carrying really requires putting a lot of rounds down range.
A lot of practice.
It requires a lot of competence and being comfortable and being competent and a lot of other things. And I think what happens is people will go out and they've got this allure of carrying, and then a few weeks go by and like they don't have a support mechanism. They don't have a group, right? And they don't go to the range, and they don't get immersed in the gun culture. And I think that carrying every day requires a certain amount of immersion in the gun culture.
I mean, but I know a lot of guys that carry that you would not think carry, but how do I put this? So,
but do they have land? Are they going to the range regularly?
They dry fire every day.
Well, there you go. Right.
They will literally I had a friend of mine finally admit to me, because I was wondering, like, this dude's draw is like spot on. And I'm like, dude, how much you practice? Once in a while. And I got him to break down one day and admit to me he spends an hour a day, most days, not every day of the week, but most days he spends an hour dry, just dry firing, just pull, click, pull, click, pull, click. And that dude, I'm telling you, he is not the guy. He doesn't look like he carries a gun. I mean, he looks like a bum, honestly, but he is not the guy, because his draw is faster than mine by like a lot.
Yeah, I've got a friend like that. He's like the most effeminate male I've ever met in my entire life that isn't into other males. But that dude's always got a firearm on him, and he's like precision. He practices constantly. It's kind of wild because he's like the last person that you'd think had a firearm on him.
Well, and I asked him about. I mean, I talked to him about. We talk about guns all the time, but we were talking about this one day, and he's like, he figures that if he's going to carry it, he wants to be proficient, and he not only does he want to be proficient at shooting it, he doesn't want to shoot himself in the balls. And so
he carries appendix.
Yeah, he carries appendix, right? So he figures, fuck, I'm going to practice this shit until I can't fuck it up.
Right.
And that's what he does. That's what he does. He's fucking great at it. What do I think of the ballistic shields? I actually bought one for my wife. That's like a kind of a briefcase sort of thing, and it just kind of like rips open, and you can kind of hide behind it. It's not rifle rated. I wish it was, but I like them. I think they're good. I think if you'll stop a 357.
Yeah, they've got a place. One of those better than nothing type things.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, it's one of those things like if you're not somebody like my wife doesn't carry a gun. My wife doesn't think about her personal safety at all.
Yeah.
And
well,
so it's,
situational awareness is number one. De-escalation is number two, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing that, going back, I was watching the footage of the Ukrainian thing, right? Mm-hmm. And there was seats behind that guy. There was seats like at the back of that car.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I would have sat at the back of that car rather than that little first seat right there. Yeah. And that's just a situational awareness thing, right? Because then I'm seeing everybody in that car. They're in front of me. You feel what I'm saying? And so that's one of the things that immediately when I seen that footage popped into my mind. Right. I'm like, damn, man, that's the wrong place. She should not have sat there. And I'm not blaming her. It's totally not her fault. But, situational awareness, right? And then again, de-escalation number two.
I'm in that boat with you. Did you see speaking about practice? I was listening to Ben Stager the other day, and he was talking about how many rounds should you shoot a year, right? And he's like, look, don't listen to me. I think he shoots well over 100,000 rounds a year.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably get close to that.
And he's like, don't take anything I say seriously about this because I'm not you. I don't, this is what I do. This is my living. And so I'm putting rounds downrange every single day in classes, in competition and training and all of this. And so he's like,
if you're going to carry 100 a month minimum.
Yeah. I would agree. So I typically, when I'm competing, I do.
Doesn't have to be. Let me back up and caveat that by saying it doesn't even have to be 100 out of your carry firearm.
Yeah,
but you need to be pulling triggers on 100 live rounds, 100 live rounds a month minimum.
I mean, when I'm training for competition, I shoot at least 200 rounds of pistol a day minimum. I like to shoot more, but shooting more actually can be detrimental to your game, right? Like you start anticipating recoil, you start getting some bad habits if you shoot.
Well, it's just like practice with anything. You always quit while you're ahead.
Right. Yeah.
Right. You go out, it knock the rust off. You go out, if you're spot on in 2 magazines, you're done. Move on to something else and have fun, right?
Yeah. Well, depends on the drills, but so I do about 200 rounds a day. It seems like a lot. It's really not. Then when right now, I'm in like maintenance mode. So I shoot once, twice a week, maybe 200 or 300 rounds, maybe. Now that's through pistol. That's only pistol. That's not rifle. It's just
total or each trip.
Oh, each trip. Yeah, each trip.
Yeah.
I have pretty much a standing order with Mid-South for like 1,000 round boxes of Blazer 124 grain. Yeah. Like you should just make that a subscription like Amazon does. But
there are services that do that.
Yeah, I know. I need to start hand loading again. I need to get my machine set up, and I just haven't had the time. So
is it worth it even with the 124s? Because it's not with 115s. Unless you're doing something special.
So for me, it kind of is because I shoot a very strange competition load.
Okay.
And so
yeah, that's what I just said.
Because I'm getting because I geek out on it, right? Like I use a very specific powder. I use a powder called E3, That's a shotgun powder that's usable in pistols if you know what you're doing. And
most shotgun is though.
Yeah, it's super soft and it's super clean, and I just love it. It's great. And then because it's meant for high volume shotgun shooters, and then I use a 124 grain jacketed hollow point from Precision Delta. I buy those by the 1,000 or 2,000.
Now, are you getting that from Mid South, or are you going down to Chattanooga?
No, I actually get those from Precision Delta. I buy them in lots of 2,000 to 4,000 at a time.
What about your powder and stuff?
The powder I try and buy locally if I can, because I don't like the shipping charge. But when Mid South, when Mid South has no hazmat, I buy it from them. Yeah. And then I do and then I use I'm almost out of them. I need to find a new source, but it's hard with the ban. But I use the Wolf primers, which are more consistent. But unfortunately, those are banned. So I'm down to my last, I think, 10,000. And once those are done, I'm out. I'm gonna have to go back to like Federals or something. But unless I can find a source in like Bulgaria or somewhere that'll send me the Wolf primers. But
be like Lord of War. Grid's gonna be
right.
making a trip to Eastern Europe to try to find primers.
Yeah. That's the real reason I have a plane, folks, because I need primers. The Wolf primers are awesome. They're like super soft. They always go bang, and they're super, super consistent. Like the SDs I get, which again, I'm like super geeking out for actual like pistol shooting, right? Like pistols don't matter that much, but I just if you do it, might as well do it right. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything.
Right, Remington primer. Well, I don't know, with Remington going under and Vista buying them out and everything else.
Good. I don't know about their pistol primers.
What I was going to say is they're soft.
Yeah. Well, I like Federals. I like the Federal Gold Medal match always go bang for me. And the Winchesters have always gone bang for me. It's less of an issue for me now. I think back when I was using like really tricked out, like when I was using a really tricked out 2011 with titanium firing pins and all that kind of shit. It was a bigger deal, but now I've kind of moved away from a lot of that. So I don't think I need the softer primer, but it's certainly, I really like it to go bang every single time. I really, really, really hate when it goes click and no bang. That's a bad day. That's just bad.
I had that yesterday or the day before with the new gun.
Yeah.
And it was annoying as fuck. Yeah. But I even swapped around. Well, I was using some M193. Yeah, I got the new Global Ordnance Monolith that Foxtrot Mike builds.
Yeah.
And working with it and just putting the first rounds through it.
Nobody likes gun prattle but me. Def Lev's eyes are like rolling back, or Def Lev.
And
whatever the fuck. Def not. Thank you.
So I was running some M193 through it.
Yeah.
And about every, I don't know, a fifth or sixth round, maybe, it click. And the thing is, you could load the mag back up and it'd go bang,
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, well, maybe the primer
just need to be broken in.
I was like, maybe the primers are hard, right? And so anyway, I swapped over to, that's what she said. And then, so I swapped over to some different stuff, including some Remington, which I know are soft. And it still was doing it. But after about 100, 120 rounds, it doesn't miss a beat now, no matter what you put in it. So just
Grit, are we
break-in period?
Are we still doing Signal Syndicate Friday night?
Yeah, man, we're definitely doing it.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
definitely doing it. It's Nerd Week. We're gonna do
nerd
debates, sci-fi and fantasy fiction.
Nice. Yeah.
So, everybody wants the Lord of the Rings, but I can't do it. It will literally make my eyes bleed if we do Lord of the Rings the whole time. So,
well, that's a movie about walking.
Yes, a lot of walking.
It's a movie about a book about walking.
Yes,
right. It's a movie
it's
about a book.
3 movies about a book about walking.
It's true. It's true. I mean, look, I'm sorry about the gun prattle, guys, but it's what can I say? I'm a gun guy.
I'll tell you what you say. Fuck you. We just gun
That
prattled. Deal with
too.
it.
That too. I don't know. I'm one of the entire
Get educated and gun prattle with us. It's fun. Come
Yeah.
over to the dark side. We have cookies.
Yeah, and you get better at doing things like defending yourself and shit.
Exactly.
Well, on the gun note, I'll just point out that Charlie Kirk went out, commenting on a question about gun violence.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was about the trans. How many trans shooters are there or something? And he was literally asked that question at the time that he was,
Wow.
he was like answering.
That's crazy.
That was my attempt at humor.
Yeah, as a poor attempt.
Is it too early?
Little.
Okay, I'll work harder.
Please. All right. I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I'm going to raid you guys over to Flo. I haven't raided Flo in a while, and he seems to still be on. Usually he quits like right as I'm about to raid him. He's very, he's just not a dependable guy, but he seems to still be on. I would have raided Def, but Def said not to raid her, I guess, or something when I went over there. So
yeah, her
I'm with you on you still, so yeah. I just think it would be. I don't really have a ton planned. I just might still watch some debates or something, but I would like you to raid me at some point, but I want to save that. So like when I have something more exciting,
save that. Okay.
So can I like bank that for some time when I actually have something? Because I don't want to disappoint people. Like if somebody's like if they just get dropped in there and I'm just like hi, it'd be lame. So I don't want to waste that. If it's a little token, set that aside from me, will you? That'd be great.
Sure.
Save it for a night when she's trashing Andrew.
Yeah.
They're gonna love that.
You know what? Yeah. Have you met Andrew?
No, I was on not obviously not met. I was on a panel when he was on for like 5 minutes, but I didn't get to say a whole ton. So,
are you coming to DebateCon?
No, I'm not. I don't travel. Plus, this whole thing would get kind of like old after a couple hours. Like it's just not that comfortable to keep on. And I think if I went without the thing, I would like. Somebody might eventually be like, because that's probably like pretty much a sausage fest. Like I don't think there's a lot of chicks there. So,
well, I beg to differ. I think there's a bunch, but
I don't know. Every time I saw like a video of like the room where they did the like a debate, it just seems like it's just all dudes there. But I could be wrong. It just maybe the ones I happen to see happen to be all
dudes.
There
were actually. I was actually surprised at the number of women that were there. Actually. To be quite honest. But yeah, it's I know that we're gonna just in my crowd we're probably gonna have 5 or 6 women there.
Okay.
So,
yeah, and those are just the ones that are coming with me.
No, they're not coming with him. And I think Gibbs is bringing he's not technically bringing them, but he is invited at least 2 or 3 more. I think Enemy Charlie's going to come. I think Kel's going to be there. So those will be there. My wife is going to kind of be there, but not really be there. She may or may not bother to come by the studio to see any of it. She's just not into it, so doesn't care. And we've booked into a suite down from my event, so she'll probably just like hang out and do whatever. I don't know. But yeah, there will be so that's interesting, I guess, that you won't so even if you were to come to an event, you would still wear the hat and the mask.
Probably, yeah. I think so. Because otherwise, like if somebody were to do the math and be like, oh, there's like 20 women here, one of them might look familiar, because somebody really cared enough to at some point, like they might try to like they might figure it out pretty easily, probably.
Figure out like who you are.
Yeah.
Nice.
Have like a job. Like, what's the concern?
Yeah, I have a corporate job, and some of the things I say aren't like HR friendly. So
Mm.
There you go.
A corporate job.
Yeah, you know what that's like, right, Greg? I mean, you've talked about your wife having like
Yeah, my
jobs.
wife had one. That's why she never watched any of my stuff. I mean, I guess she still does. I mean, but you know,
good old 9 to 5.
no, there's no 9 to 5. So
That's what I do.
She's currently. I don't know what her exact title is, but more or less, she's either she's a type of CFO that's they're getting they're acquiring businesses to add to their business so that they can sell it in 2 or 3 years, probably 2 years. I think they want to exit in 2 years, or they're going to start shopping it next year, I think. And so this is interesting. I don't know how many people understand this, but so my wife was at Goldman Sachs. I can say that now because she's not there anymore. And she was an investment banker for Goldman Sachs, and in the tech sphere, right? So now she's gone to a tech company as basically a CFO, although probably right now her job is more like she's in corporate strategy, right?
Does she do acquisitions for the tech company where she buys?
Yeah. It's basically an M&A, right? It's basically corporate strategy is M&A. That's just internal language for M&A. So they're acquiring smaller companies that have technology or something that they feel like they need to plug into their business to make it more attractive to a buyer.
That's cool.
And so when they finish assembling all of the pieces, which I think will be done next year, they'll market it for sale. I mean, think technically it's already for sale, but they'll really start, getting it ready for sale. And then she got, I forget what and I don't remember the exact number or percentage or whatever, but she got a pretty hefty chunk of stock in the company. So when that goes up, when the sale goes through and goes up, she's probably going to exit, which was a really good deal, I think. She'll probably exit with a very, very large sum of money. So that's awesome.
So, Grid, now that you've explained that, I can explain to you because you would understand it. So sure. I work for a company that buys companies like the one your wife works for.
Yeah.
And I work directly under the CFO.
Right. So you're like you're in a corporate strategy or corporate development sort of role.
Sort of, yeah. It's
my wife started out in that sort of position. My wife started out as so the company she was with did not have a corporate strategy department. And so they basically built one around her and an executive. And so they did all, and they didn't even talk to like the COO or the CFO. And they just they would do the deals. And so any deal under, I think it was any deal under 50 million, she did by herself. Like she didn't need any oversight. Once it got over that, she had to, she had some oversight from her direct supervisor or the executive that was kind of in charge of corporate strategy, which was 2 people. And then I think the biggest deal they did was $1 billion or $8 billion, something like that. I forget what it was, but and then that company got sold, which was really cool.
Yeah, it's super interesting when you get to that level. It's not about what the companies do; it's about what you buy the company for, and then what you can get from it in distributions before you sell it. And that's the whole reason why it exists. It's not to actually do the activity; it's to add value to the investor. And it's super interesting to look at all those numbers. I think your wife and I would actually have a whole lot to talk about if we met, Grid. I'm actually super excited about the possibility of meeting her.
Yeah, she so that was an I mean, that's what she does. She does a lot of M&A now. What she did for Goldman was different, but kind of the same. But yeah, it's all about what technology you have, and they will literally buy an entire company to get like a software product that they own the rights to or whatever. So it's really crazy, very interesting.
Y'all giving me a rash talking about jobs. That's all I'm saying.
I know. It's hard. I'm sorry. Well, Def brought up the corporate angle, right? Like that's. I'm assuming that you do something that's much less entertaining.
Entertaining than what?
Than buying companies, which I think is very entertaining.
I mean, I find what I do entertaining.
Okay. Are you in the tech sphere or the healthcare sphere, or I mean, there's only like.
I won't say like what the actual company does, but I'm personally on a tech. I'm a like tech related person.
Tech related.
But I won't say what the company itself does. It's just very big.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can be mysterious. It honestly doesn't matter. The rest,
Thank you.
I get that you don't want to be fired, though. I understand that.
Yeah.
So.
I like my job.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I especially like that they pay me.
Right. That's.
I like them to continue doing that.
Right. Okay. All right. Were you born here, or were you born in Ukraine or Russia and then brought over?
I moved here when I was little. Yeah.
You moved here when you were okay. Yeah. My buddy, I have a buddy, Eugene. He may or may not be watching still. He was watching at the beginning. And Eugene is Ukrainian, and he moved here as a young boy, and he lives in I think he lives in Michigan now, and he's an interesting character. So, but his dad, I guess his whole family's here now. So, because they did not like what was going on in the Ukraine, so they moved. But that was a long time ago, like very, very long. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm way long. I'm gonna say goodnight. Everybody say goodnight.
Say goodnight.
All right.
Fuck off.
Exactly. All right, everybody, get off my. All right, actually, wait. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off my